may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click can see that.
但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click! Can see
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Top Class 2021 Naraka's Winter Invitational, hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host today, Renee. Today is the second day of our matches, and we'll present Group A and Group C's match, as well as Group B and Group D's match. For these matches, all the players have made careful preparations, so I'm sure we'll be able to enjoy more excellent performances tonight. Today's matches will be live streamed on Twitch in English, Thai, and Vietnamese with exclusive Immortal Treasure drops. Don't forget to check out the Naraka's Playpoint channel and Top Class channel. We'll also have live on Nimble TV, Video, EGG Network, Facebook, and YouTube. Special thanks to our local live stream partner, Mineski. Yesterday was the first day of our tournament. There were many surprises like BBS and Bamboo. Under their cooperation and strategies, they control the pace of games so well that directly lead them to the highest point in the table, and other teams are tried their best and held out until the end. Big round of applause to everyone and good luck to all of them today. Actually, I can't wait to enjoy today's game, but just before that, let's first welcome our casters. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for them to shine. Let's welcome Asray and Raf. Hi, Asray. Hi, Raf. How you doing? Hi, guys.
I'm just the yes man. I'm doing good.
Okay, so you guys have casted yesterday's entire 6 matches. Are there any players or team or strategies that leave you a deep impression during the whole 6 matches?
Yeah, I think yesterday you mentioned it already, right? Bamboo Esports just dominating both the scenes. Like these two sister teams really stepping up the pace and leaving everybody in their trail. So I'm expecting to kind of see them once again do the exact same thing. But another team to probably point out would probably be the Filipino team PHI, which had some pretty good success as well coming in from Group D. So yeah, I think those are some of the notable teams that we saw from yesterday's matches.
Okay, thank you, Asray. Let's have our casters let the audience enjoy today's game.
Yeah, so it's you and me, buddy, again.
Yep. I mean, I'm loving the lip color. You know, it's very confident. But
too much
just
saturation on my camera. Legit. Like this is not like the color of my lips. I have no idea why my camera just does this.
It's okay. But yeah, just to add to your points earlier that both Bamboo Shoots and Bamboo Esports, they were really fantastic. I think, as you said, the Filipino team did such a great job too. In fact, I think they're second in their groups. But another team that I'd like to point out was 496. I mean, I feel like they've really garnered a lot of new fans. And honestly, I've been so impressed with Nine Shade, Cigar Ash, and everybody on that squad. I'm just so excited what they can do today.
Yeah, so I believe there have been some other teams as well that got some punishment, I think, by not following some of the rules, like SZ. But we should be having their updated scores for you guys to check out with us right now. So we'll check it out right here, or at least for now, it's going to be the match schedule. Again, from day one, it was the A versus B, C versus D. We're mixing it up here since this is a round robin group stage where second day it's AC and then BD. And that is going to be, again, a 3-game series for the rest of the day number 2. And what really strikes me about this one is, correct me if I'm mistaken, Raf, C is the group where we have Bamboo Shoots, and then A is Bamboo Esports. So we could have like 2 Bamboos collide with each other in this first series of 3.
I think Bamboo Esports is actually on Group B. Again, we could both be wrong. I mean, like that is the mix-up, but obviously we're gonna find out in a short amount of time. But yes, they are actually on Group B. And Bamboo Shoots is on Group C. Either way, they are still going to adapt to the new competition that they're gonna be facing, and we'll see how the adjustments works, because Group A and Group B yesterday was fairly faster in comparison to Group C and D. Meanwhile, Group C and D, there was a more strategic take on it. There was a lot more disengagement. and quite a bit more positioning battle compared to Group A and B. We did see quite a number of clutches too coming from Group C and D, so I feel like Group A and B, you have a lot on your plate.
Yeah, was C&D the one with the clutch Viper Ning ult with the Twilight Crimson? I believe that was the one, right? Where just dropped from like the perch of a tree, dropped down, spread the Viper Ning ult, and then basically clutched the game. I think that was
Team DG, yeah. Yeah, that was Team DG. And again, guys, just a quick reminder how the point system works is that the higher your placement is, the more kill points you get. So the kills, they're super important. They're basically the backbone of how you succeed in this tournament. And we hope to see even more hot-blooded action today.
Yeah. And that's also something to point out, right? Because we're playing technically on the live servers. So that means that we just got dropped a bombshell of an update coming on day number 2. Well, not really the most biggest of bombshells, right? But we still have this update, guys, where Tarka G has had some adjustments. Yushan, obviously not going to be played, but still had some adjustments. We also have some tweaks to the weapons, such as the dagger and the spear. So we could be seeing maybe less usage on the dagger and more usage on the spear. We did see some Yotohimes yesterday kind of use the spear loadout, which for somewhat was kind of successful, but maybe with this one, it could give them that tiny bit of an edge. But yeah, again, as we mentioned, this is the matches for group stage day 2. Again, A versus C, and then B versus D.
Yep, just talk about the patch notes again. I feel like that Yushan adjustment with the third variation for Line Breaker, I think that was a reasonable one. It was warranted considering you get stunned forever if you got hit by an F, which is not the greatest feeling in the world, especially in a 1v1. Unfortunately for a lot of the fans that are crying that, oh, is this still Naraka Tianhai point? I believe so. This is trios. Again, Tianhai's value was just so high yesterday. It was highlighted with all the clutch plays and the amount of damage you can do with one grab and allowing your teammates to basically get a free pick. There's just no other hero can do that.
Really is, right? He's probably one that I've been looking at and not really favoring as much. And again, this is like a personal opinion, but we really did see how well a Tianhai can just be at the center of attention and still survive as long as he has that that Titan call of his, the Vajra, just to try to absorb more damage and have, as you mentioned, the threat to just grapple somebody, smack them down, or just lift them up to be rattled by the rest of his or her teammates. It's really quite ridiculous. But yeah, we're just looking at the teams that are nestled between their respective groups. Again, we'll be seeing Full Sense, Evos, Knights Errant, Infinity. These guys were fantastic during their Group A, of course, only overshadowed, I think, by the Bamboo Esports. And on Group C side, the rest follows too. But there it is. As you mentioned, Bamboo Shoots on the other end.
Yeah, 496 and Warrior Shield, I kind of want to point them out. They've been pretty consistent. I feel like this is really a day for them to attempt to dethrone Bamboo Shoots in the respective group. Because like yesterday, right? The way we saw Bamboo Shoots, they weren't that explosive team at the very beginning. They were playing a very calculated and a very well-paced game. But the moment we saw them in Game 2 and Game 3, it seemed like everything that they had planned just panned out for them. Getting, back-to-back W's with honestly a very consistent kill score is what really led them to being this high up.
And speaking of which, there was 3T yesterday. I think that was the first game in the CD matches where, DG got the clutch, right? And then not far behind, actually ranked number 2 was 3T. That was Chunko, Tenoshi, and Taiza, who had about 14 kills in that first game. But again, we talked about how first day of the tournament, it's a bit about feeling out your opponents, right? And then 3T, they just dropped the ball soon after they were like rising to glory. Second and third game, it was already the story has been told. Bamboo Shoots was the one that dominated, and then 3T just plummeted in the rankings there. Everybody was incredibly passive and whatnot, but again, it was all about I guess it was all about just 3T not being able to adjust to the speed at which all the other teams just, like, again, flip the switch coming in from game number 2 and number 3. So this could be their day to come back into this, but we'll see how that goes. 3T and DG, I think one of the teams that were just kind of bamboozled at the beginning or at the end, and now maybe with that hour or with that daybreak, we could see something a little bit more of a alternative outcome coming out from 3T and DG.
I mean, HH is also one of those teams that we have to really pay attention to. They played like a dark horse. I'm sure they had a lot of fanfare going into this tournament, but their performance hasn't really given them a permanent spot in our top 4. So today could be a little more volatile for them in comparison to all those teams that we talked about. However, we're not discounting the mechanical abilities and basically the singular talent that they have. So again, with all that being said, we still have so much exciting Naraka right in front of us, and I believe we'll be going into it very soon.
Yeah, for sure. Again, also, guys, viewers, have your eyes peeled out, because again, there's going to be giveaways that you guys will be able to get as there was 2 ones, right? There was the Twitch drop that we have, which is the Immortal Treasure, and then there is the one that is given via the code, which is, I think, the one yesterday. Let me just bring it up. I think the one yesterday, the code was Naraka SEA 1124. So I'm not sure if that's still available, but if you guys want to do that, want to use it, I screenshotted it for you. So if you have a new one today, you can have the old one from yesterday and then have a new one for today. I got you, chat. I got you. Easy.
He wants those immortal treasures too. I mean, who doesn't, right? It's being given away for free. The generosity of basically Naraka is always ever so flowing, but again, generosity is probably not going to be a theme for some of these teams that we're going to be looking at. They're going to be as stingy with their points as possible. It's interesting to note that how these teams approach their resurrection beads as well. Some of them really just take the fight straight up, trying to get those early points. Use that second life to be the marker for, hey, maybe let's play passive now. And some of those teams really just play passive on the get-go.
What do you feel, Raf? Like, moving forward into this, what comps are we gonna probably be seeing here, or maybe not gonna be seeing? Because yes, we saw Matari not the most effective. Again, it's good with solos. It's good with solos, but not so much with trios. Could we be seeing some of the teams here just go straight up for the trending pickups of, again, the Viper Ning, the Valdecui, the Tianhais, and just go for massive AoE team fights rather than the let's just go Envy and just escape with the Matari? What do you think?
I mean, as much as I love watching individual Matari plays, like you mentioned, the macro play has taken over the meta. It's really just hard to discount the amount of CC we get with the amounts of ults that's being thrown out. Again, Valdecui, almost irreplaceable. Same with Viper Ning, really. Tianhai, well, we know Tianhai always has a home. He's always going to be the permanent tenant of these teams. So that being said, you kind of, well, the question is, do I want to have that delayed stun and that forced CC away from my comp if we get rid of Viper Ning? Do we not want to have that aggressive initiation with the Valdecui ult? Because like you mentioned, right, I think you talked about this yesterday. The reason why people pick Matari, or the consensus why Matari is there, is when they use their V3, the Unseen Wings, it will directly counter Viper Ning's ultimate. But that being said, we still have the Valdecui ult, and we still have the Tianhai ult, which easily will deal with the Unseen Wings.
That's true. Like, again, you can just like disengage, and we have seen like some teams not really get too affected by the Viper Ning ultimate as much. So having like somewhat of a direct counter with the Matari, I think it's a bit one-dimensional, I guess. So just give it up, go for something a little bit more that gives you plenty of options to work with when you're going to be going into the matches, into the games. So probably just going to be something to point out as well. So for now, again, we are just going to be waiting for that first game to go underway because we're pretty excited to get things started. Again, it is going to be that AC versus, I was about to say AC/DC for some reason. AC and then BD.
Why not, right?
Yeah.
Yes, guys. I mean, I've invoked the wrath of Matari. If you see there's like an ink spot behind me, that's the unseen wings. I get it. Matari is the greatest hero known to man. Don't hurt me. But yeah, I mean we're going right into the games very soon. Again, there's just a lot of strategizing that a lot of teams probably have formulated. Being A versus C, this could be a mixed bag because again, C was quote unquote the slower group. Instead of taking 2 minutes to loot, they only took 3. Again, that's just the way Naraka is. When you say it's a slow game, it's still 27, 28 minutes of straight fighting.
This is going to be somewhat interesting as well because the A to C match. How do I say this? We have already established the points, right? A lot of teams right now would want to dethrone, let's say, Full Sense as well as Bamboo, who is riding on top of the A and C groups. So we could be seeing some teams gun for actually just even more aggression right now, even when it seems a little bit dire, because I feel like we might have, we talked about it. We might have actually slightly underestimated the amount of multipliers that are given to each team per game, because I didn't really expect, again, for points to go 60 and 80 points after 3 games, right? So that means that if teams are just like shy of like 10, 20 points, they really need to step up on the second day. Like, I feel like the second day is the pivotal turning point for teams to mount comebacks. So if you're somebody like, let's say from Group C, HH, who has been just being wiped by every other team, this is their final stand, because day 3, I think, is more of like, oh, we're just going to be finishing it off. Let's see who's just going to be maybe top 4 or number 4 is in danger, so they're gonna have to like get in another day's worth of games and whatnot to come back. But if you're gonna be at the lower, I just like maybe top 7, top 8, you really need that day number 2 to get back into this. So this could be that final moment for teams to try to, again, net that comeback and even have a chance to get into the grand finals happening on day number 4 and 5.
Yeah, realistically speaking, it is really the battle for 4th place here now, because naturally we expect everybody who's already netted their top 3 spot to try at least maintain where they are, be as consistent as they possibly can. Like Asarai mentioned, it is definitely closing in the point of no return tomorrow. Those top seeds, they're probably not going to be budged unless they bomb out very, very early, which is very unlikely. So, well, what do you think is going to happen with some of these teams that are kind of at the bottom of the pack right now? Do you think they're going to turn up the heat? They're going to play a lot more aggressive, or do you think they're going to shell up even more?
Usually, I think what's just going to happen, especially if you know that you're going to, and realistically, again, we can't not point this out. Realistically, there is going to be some teams that already feel like they might not have the chance to get back into it, but you know what? It's the Naraka Blade Point. It's the tournament format. I feel like still anything could happen, even if I did mention somewhat that they need to pop off right here and now. If ever they don't, I have seen some battle royales where teams just become spoil sports. They just do what they want to do, just take off the pressure on their minds and just go with their regular strat of just playing Naraka, and sometimes it becomes successful. Like, you see bottom teams actually reach top 1 just because of that particular fact. So we could be seeing something of that regard come in for day 2, and probably even especially on day number 3. So to answer your question real quick, actually answered it like super long, but yeah, I don't think teams I don't think teams will shelter themselves. I think they're going to be even more aggressive right now and look for even more ridiculous fights, because again, we've been called out yesterday about how we've been excited, or we've been too hyped about things, but these teams just know that they have to go incredibly aggressive just to be able to set the tone and get the points to get into that grand finals.
But here we are. We are ready to jump into our first game. A lot more iconic moments waiting to happen. Like yesterday, you know, the rain of fire from the teams that were controlling Moru's blessing and whatnot. Again, the start of day 2. We are going to be looking at EVOS, who had a bit of a stumble yesterday. Hopefully that doesn't happen anymore.
What? They're attacking me.
EVOS did really drop the ball on that one. And again, it is amazing to see a lot of esports organizations also committing to Naraka Bladepoint. There is so much that again these teams these organizations can met with this game. It's fantastic. There is a somewhat of a difficult skill ceiling that you have to traverse to be good at this game, but it just results in us having more amazing moments, better spectating moments. Well, anyways, there's going to be, of course, the fight right now with Infinity up against WS. Haganaf and the rest are already out for the count here, and Haganaf, he's just prolonging that inevitable. And Infinity, one of the teams that started off incredibly strong and actually haven't really faltered throughout the rest of day 1's matches. And right now, great little with that 3K on the WS squad.
Yep, and once again, just a lot of action happening on the over yonder as we are looking at Infinity, who was pretty successful in their outing yesterday, like you mentioned. Right now, they are running the Temulk. I don't think they were running the Temulk yesterday. They were running the Valdaki. But actually, now that you mention it, because you were talking about how, or actually we were talking about how Viper, Ning, and Valdaki are almost irreplaceable. Now we're seeing a Kurumi Temulk, well, of course, beside that Tianhai. So I think this is the anti-third party strat. Oh, if they jump on us, we're gonna drop our Sacred Circle. Oh, we have Zephyr Prison. But again, just taking a quick look here at over EVOS, who we championed to be one of the bigger orgs. Again, a lot of experience in esports. Hopefully they can replicate that level of success with Naraka.
Yeah, a lot to be desired for their output from yesterday, but again, today's a new day. 496S, probably one of the teams that I really had the most fun watching, because aside from possibly Bamboo, this is a team that seems to know when to commit and when to just back off from specific fights. Now, speaking of which, EG is going to be on a bit of a ballpark fight here. Long swords being thrown out. I like it. I love it. And look at how much damage it actually does. Even if 496S, they had somewhat of the positional advantage. The waves, the slashes, the long-range bombardment from DG, they just couldn't handle it. But of course, bursting, quite early on to be used just to create that space that they can just take a breather and back away for the moment. And again, another fight ensues on the other end of the map here with Rain Man, Double P up against BBS, and we'll see how that goes. It seems like they're trying to disengage, and both of these teams still not yet with all of their ultimates up and running.
Ooh, beautiful uppercut there, but now it does look like Team BBS is gonna try and, like you mentioned, disengage. They did level it out with the HP, but the armor difference is just too much to overcome. It does look like the grapple is gonna come for the re-engage. Hancho's Dragon Slayer gets interrupted, has to pop the Viper Ning ult. Find as many as they can. 3 players. The stun is gonna come out. The Great Sword will commit that full focus attack, but it does look like Neil Bogart is going to commit that Titan's Call very, very early in the game. The first one we've seen today. He's looking to grab as many players as he can, but BBS, we got so much value out of that. It did lose a player, so that's one resurrection beat that has to be expended for this survivability. Meanwhile, it does look like there's another team that we are going to be looking at, and that's going to be EVOS and 3T. 3T, once again, performed super well in the first map of our second half, but kind of dropped the ball moving forward. EVOS look to rectify all their sins from yesterday as well. Rival getting stuck between 2 players, cannot handle the mix of tech catch, and the OTG is going to come out. He is going to be done for the day at least. Lion, like we mentioned, tried a third party. Instead, they're the one getting wailed on by KJD. Where did KJD come from?
I'm actually not sure, but well, this does create some opportune moments for them to just keep on the fight happening. We are just trying to track so much action happening around the map. Evo's, thankfully for Rival, seems like he was picked back up. It's either that or he went somewhere. I think no, he got picked up because Leone used his ultimate just to create that space so that his teammate will be resurrected. In any case here, 3T going around the corner out in the open field. This might not be the best position for Eagles to fight into, but as I mentioned it, they're getting dropped. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, there it is. Perfectly debated there, Raph. They're going to be dropping. They line up. The longsword just able to create the pressure. Viper need to disengage as well. They gotta escape Rival's clutches here as they just try to break the tether on that Twilight Crimson. Kenoshi right in front, but again, they can't really capitalize into the beautiful parry though to the follow up the bubble to stop Rival for the moment. He hasn't taken any damage whatsoever. Shadow Corruption is right here, but it doesn't really deal that significant bit of damage just yet. Evo's still at the forefront of this fight as Leone's the only one knocked out. 3T, they're actually just a full squad, but they're all incredibly low. So the decision making right now for Ethos is to follow up and just get the value on these kills. Rival, how well can he actually get that follow through? He does with the focus attack. Beautifully done. Leone's back up. Rival is still here just healing, and they are just chasing down onto 3T. Might have been off a bit more than they can chew here, Raph, as Evo's looking to be the successors of this fight. And looking at the other side, DG, Rose is down. Ryuji and Smug already out of ultimates. So I don't know how far they can last, especially now that they're kind of in this open field where they can just shot from above if there's anybody who's shooting.
Yeah, and that's 496. 496 typically like to soften up their targets with their bows or their ranged weapons, but just to highlight what happened with 3T again, I thought that was such a beautiful battle field. Beautiful Nether Nightmare, beautiful placement. But they did have the early advantage, but whatever happened in that duel, they even had Rival between two players, but suddenly yet another turn was to happen, and Rival not done with that yet. And the Wombo combo is here. Cigar Ash is holding on to when that Wagner can get two people, comboing it with the Nether Nightmare, and like so timely. So timely that we mentioned the Wombo combo. They take out DG. Cigar Ash, I would say one of the MVPs of his team. Actually, all of them have been, you know, sharing and spreading the work all throughout, making them such a dangerous team. Does look like they're just gonna patch themselves up right now, trying to gather as much armor and some resources they can for the long haul. But yeah, highlighting that, oh, never mind. It does look like BBS and KJD, they don't want the action to stop.
They've been fighting for a good 5 minutes already. Oh, that is beautiful. The double yoink into the follow-up grab. And oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
You know where the Home Alone keep in here went as he grew up. He didn't go into architecture.
Into a monk.
Yeah, he turned into a monk and started grabbing people. But yeah, I mean, lame jokes aside, really good job for KGD to get the JD, to wipe out an entire squad there.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin grabbing those two perfectly accurate long-range grapplers there didn't even get the guarantee here, but here we have the Tomb, the lone Matari player, doing a lot of work, fighting a bit of a straggler here, taking Dog Hunter down, and Cat, one of the teams that have been kind of shining, and look at this, the first Tarkaju we've seen the entire tournament gets destroyed. Unfortunately, but Meltinez is not done with this Titan Call Rampage. Danny does get hit by the Enigma here. No escape whatsoever, and KJD, they were the oppressors. Now they were the ones to be wiped out. I'm not entirely sure if they had any resurrection beads left too. So that could be maybe potentially the end of the game for them.
We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that one because we don't really have the tracker for it. So excuse us guys for that. Yeah. 4-6S, they're just like on top here. I love how Toby's just waiting on the top. I don't think Assassin's grab with the with the Titan can even reach that far up. I could be wrong though, but as you can see, he's trying to stop Toby from just wailing on them with the mounted cannon, but it's not gonna work. Assassins, he used one of his divine belts already, or his divine bell. He's just trying to run away. I like he's still able to deal some damage with the longsword, but even so, it's just going to be a futile attempt at actually absolutely nothing. And this is where it becomes incredibly difficult because now 496S can actually pick up some gold weapons from the looks of it. And not far behind, if I'm not mistaken, also another squad, Infinity. And a bit of a king of the tower fight here as they try to dethrone whoever was on top of the building, on top of the structure. And they're actually able to make that happen. Gal TV, one of the players that is also definitely to watch out for here, aside from Phantom on their end. And it seems like they were able to win that fight straight up. I wonder what's his decision. What weapon will he be picking up? He was looking at that purple spear, but besides, yeah, greatsword just a tad bit better. So we'll just keep using it for the moment.
You know, I was about to talk about how, if anybody's wondering, Assassins and Gummy, those are the team victory, but it does look like we're gonna put that on the side as Kenji is getting stun looped to all hell. Not much you can do in that situation, folks. WS, they look to continue this rampage with TG running low on resources on players. No Ominous Blade, no Spirit Slash available, and getting caught by the full charge horizontal there. Unlucky, and TG, they're out of the map. That is going to be a bit of a rocky start for them too, but WS looking so good. Right now, like you mentioned, the katana did have a bit of an adjustment. It doesn't look like it's going to deter anybody from using it. It's a very fantastic weapon. It does look like the repeating crossbow, or rather, yeah, the repeating crossbow is going to be in play in 9 Shade. Just took a chunk of damage from Snack, trying to push them away, trying to shoo them away with the long-range artillery. Meanwhile, on the side of PP is Rain Man are also getting peppered by a lot of cannons. And live streaming exclusive gift code is right there, boys. Go grab it while you can.
Go anti-yeet.
Yes.
You know, opposite yeet. Because if you yeet, you throw it out, right?
You throw.
So anti-yeet doesn't mean you grab it. Ah, yes.
What is the anti-yeet?
New generation lingo. I don't know, man. Reverse yeet. I guess. Reverse yeet is
the reverse yeet.
Yeah. Double P496S as well as BBS. We'll add Infinity as well. They're in a 4-way lock here. Actually quite near each other. And 496S, it's blown in the water. They've committed to the fight. Golden Katana for 9 Shade means that there is nothing left to the imagination. A big fight will be ensuing there. Rain Man, did he actually get a strike? He did, but yo, he got the one. He still forgot the other. The Tian Hai with the great sword. Oh no, they just came into the kill box wrap. That is rather unfortunate. That is going to be Cigar Ash using the Nether Nightmare to keep his teammates alive and healthy, as that is the perfect actually time to use that, because now I believe another team has come in to just contest this position and to fight once more, and it is going to be Infinity. Toby's activated his ult here. Zephyr Prison will keep him locked out for the moment, but can he actually get a pickup with his ultimate now that it's halfway done? 496S trying to wrap around and maybe even loot here, but they have to be aware that right on top is Infinity with the mounted turret or a mounted cannon available to just bombard from up above.
That's right, but Rival finally falls to our lone Matari. Again, for all you Matari enjoyers here, this is a treat. Evo's doing such a great job of holding on though. Their armor is looking fresh. Batum cannot get the tech chase. Kunkka does not get stunned long enough for any guarantees. We'll have to drop that Sacred Circle, but oh no, the Viper Ning ult is here. Hotam does grab one. Kunkka is within the clutches of that Tian Hai player, as yet another team is here to brawl. Evo's looking just a little bit shaky again. They have a better start, but oh no, Kunkka has been fouled, getting sandwiched by 2 players again, narrowly dodging the Titan Calls grab there. And everybody is just going ham here. Both Tian Hais. Leone has to be very careful. He's not very healthy, but nope, the V3 will save him. Dux is also dancing in and out. Come on, try and hit me. But Leone! Oh no, Leone! And Leone gets taken out of contention. That is truly unfortunate, with Kunkka being the last member. I thought Kunkka was the one to first to fall because he was right smack in the middle of all those players. It does look like yet another team in the form of BBS heard all that noise. They're going to capitalize on these weakened players.
BBS is not going to miss an opportunity just to keep engaging on these fights, especially when they're so damn healthy. And again, experts at just fighting even multiple squads simultaneously. It's quite a ridiculous ability that they can do, or let's say skill ceiling that they've kind of overcome, but it has helped them out straight up. Huncho, wow, he knew what was going to be coming. That was so smart. Even if they even try to disengage this, there's already one that's trapped by that Twilight Crimson. The only question now is, can BBS actually capitalize and take down the Karumi before anything else? Because Olivier, oh yeah, no, he's not going to miss a beat here. That is going to be a beatdown. BBS might have been off more than they can chew. Huncho, and he escaped the grapple. That's going to be Olivier about to dis-titan or de-titan. And Martinez has answered back in retaliation. Now he's the one who's going to be the big boy, the big boss, and he's going to be slapping it down. And from the looks of it, BBS hasn't taken too much of a big enough beating, but they've got to be careful because another squad comes into play. Hello, it's TGT, AG, and the rest of the squad coming in. Olivier, Full Sans, half HP, as well as BBS. And can they escape the clutches? Can they get away enough so that they can heal back up the full? Olivier doing a good job at keeping this contained, and they're actually winning. This is just pure mechanics coming in from Infinity. They're using these spears just to kind of how do you say this? Cartwheel their way to victory. I don't know. They're really something with their spears to victory.
Yeah, that other team was JHT. That fight took so long. I thought it was gonna be contained between BBS and JHT, but it does look like the spillage with the other teams. They're still not done. They're still not done. They're still fighting. He had Huatam here had to commit to the Titan call here, but what can he really do? He doesn't have the support fire to make this ult truly menacing. We'll have to use this just to tank up, get the attention away from him. BBS, they are gonna go for the chase here. Batum's timer is winding down as well. Does manage to nab one. Again, if he doesn't grab another, oh, but he does, the timer just runs out. The accuracy on this man is going in and out, but I believe that is going to be it for him. BBS find yet another victim in that incredibly messy scramble. Meanwhile, Infinity get out of that one scot-free too. Did get a bunch of points. I think they got 2 in that scuffle, if I'm not mistaken. But we are going to be entering yet another agrarian phase of the game. We're going to be spending a few minutes, maybe just, or rather the players are going to be spending a few minutes to try and relocate, try to have a better rotation. Yeah, I think everybody who's still alive are pretty well kitted, Asarai.
Wow. They're actually going to stay inside the Shadow Corruption's realm just to get more items. Well, again, that's a smart decision, right? But they also have to be aware that we're at the point where it's starting to hurt now. You can see the HPs for players just dwindling ever so slightly. Now we're about to reach Shadow Corruption 4, if I'm not mistaken. So once that zone closes in once again, nobody would want to just like stay out of the safe zone for like maybe more than just 5 seconds. That would just be incredibly suicidal. Would love to see a check of which teams were still alive, because we saw BBS was not in the best of position. They could have actually been wiped out already. No, never mind. They're actually still there. Okay. My question has been answered so quickly. Thank you so much.
One thing that I love about this game is that the long drawn-out fights, they're a dime a dozen. Phantom taking a bit of pistol damage there, but with Martinez having that gold armor, this is the cue for Infinity. Let's just give it up. There's no reason for us to risk life and live, and Roy He is getting annihilated by that musket. If I'm not mistaken, the bows are also trying to chime in. They do have the Titan's Call if they choose to use it, but it does look like they're going to go for the numbers advantage here, especially with the armor. But no, it's actually Guati V. He has to force this out. All they have to do is find 2 good picks here just to equalize the number of the armor, but no, they just hold on to him. Snack and Martinez had to watch as their team member got pelted down, and it seems the tables have turned. Snack nearly gets grabbed. Good thing that he was just right outside of that long-range grapple. And Infinity, if they don't choose to disengage here, I think another team could potentially jump on them. And look at 3T and KE. They are just vibing right here, trying to pepper off so many players. I think they were actually the offenders for all that long-range chip damage earlier.
Positioning is incredibly key. it's much more different for Naraka because it leads you to believe that, again, it's all about how well you can reposition during fights and, again, the macro placements, especially in trios, which is incredibly true. There will be some scenarios where just waiting a little bit more, finding that perch, just the seat on top where everybody is down below. And if you have the weapons to make that happen, if you have the ranged weapons to just scale damage from up above, even more so. Martinez running for dear life, and he thought that he could maybe escape the clutches, but only for just a brief glimpse. He's blocking so much, but can actually retaliate. He's just one hit away from dying, which he does. Drop down Martinez. He's actually knocked out one of the players here from 3T, and they're immediately trying to revive him, but then there's like one other squad that just dives right in to force the fight. Shunko even forced to use his Titan's Call just so that they can maybe get this back up to 3 squads. The question now is, can they actually transition back into the safe zone without getting knocked out? And no. Just no. Yikes.
I love the patience. I love the patience there from KE. They saw the window of opportunity. And I think that's also one of the reasons why people love the Greatsword. Once you hit that charged stone form, if you don't hit the parry, you are gonna eat a lot of dirt and a lot of pain. It does look like Infinity look to engage here, but I think they spot out WS. They're just waiting for one of the teams to overcommit one of their shots. As you can see, Gao TV really not trying to commit to this fight yet. But I think that's going to be the case for most of the fights moving forward now, Asarai. They're probably just going to wait for another team to engage. I think that's also where the value of Tianhai really lies in. It's very non-committal. As long as you land that grab, it's going to be incredibly problematic for whoever you land it on. But look at this. Toby, the last remaining member of 496, takes an early exit, leaving 10 players alive. And if I'm not mistaken, that should equate to 3 full health squads and 1 solo, or a bunch of two-man squads. But Infinity looking healthy, especially in comparison to WS, who don't have as much armor to their name. They have a lot of weapons, but they are taking a lot of high ground here, and that repeating crossbow is going to chip at anybody who's caught napping.
Seems like today is the day of Infinity. They're just doing everything right, and they're picking up so much good loot, to be honest. Like, WS, they're still on the blue. Not really the best when you're looking at full-on fights. So if they try to go up against Infinity, they should be damn well perfect on their engagements, or else they're just going to be outpaced, outsustained by Infinity. We're down to the last 9 players remaining, so this could be a 3-way between 3 full squads. Gao, the answer. Close range, point-blank cannon. Wow, Gao TV, where does he get the cojones to just drop these big cannonballs in the face of adversity? I like it, it's working, it's doing some damage, it's quite ridiculous. Nobody wants to contest him for it. And let's see if there's going to be a punish here from KE. There's the repeater bow. Silent. Backing away. Another Nightmare's been activated. Gao's been picked up, plucked from the tornado there, but I don't think he's going to be dropping, because now he becomes a Titan himself and everybody's just running away. Oh, Gao, I think he can get it with a second point here. One right in front. No, just slapped it down. Yeah, good adjustment.
Oh man, Roy just takes a chunk of damage there too. Whatever staying power they had is going to get denied just for the meantime here. Keeping this WS a little more preoccupied, but they look to be the vultures here. They see a weakened Infinity, and they are going to jump on it. What a whiff! Phantom could have been dead, but that was such an untimely whiff. He's still silenced though, but D96, he would have wanted to land that, and lol, oh my goodness, look at that cheese. He used the tree so nobody could see the blue focus, so the parry wouldn't come out. And WS, they take a bunch of points here, but they have to be wary. There is yet another team looming around the corner, ready to pounce. That's KE. They're still licking their wounds, and it's actually Dog Hunter. Where did Dog Hunter come from? He's still alive somewhere outside of this Shadow Corruption. But it does look like WS have this in the back. I don't think there's too much to talk about anymore. The Divine Bell is going to come out just to keep them topped up just for a tiny bit. The parry doesn't even come out. The Sacred Circle just for a little bit of a little bit of insurance there in WS. They are the first winners of our second group stage with a respectable amount of kills as well. That is 10. 3 plus 5 plus 2 is 10. Good on me for learning math.
Quick maths. Yeah. Congratulations to WS Warrior Shield for claiming waste to the land. First victors of this series of 3 for Group A versus C. And again, our yesterday's culprits, such as Bamboo Shoot and 496S, having some trouble here, Raph. So I don't know. Again, it's a new day. It's a new dawn. WS, they weren't as fantastic yesterday as they were today. They were only dropping about rank 3 or top 3 and top 7 from yesterday's matches. But now coming into top 1 with a hefty, as you mentioned, 10 kills. It really goes to show how much this team has definitely come back into the fray. But I'm also going to point out, Raph, that they're not the team that actually had the most kills. It's between 2, and those are top 3 and top 5. Top 3 Infinity has a kill score of, let me just complete this real quick, 18. And then for 496, which is top 5 right now, has a kill score of 15. So again,
numbers
still not the most ideal for WS, but a top 1 plus 10 kills, really respectable.
Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about how day number 2 is going to be a big mix-up. We already see the more specific tone that a lot of these teams are setting. And I love the fights. I love the cerebral approach that all these teams have been practicing so well. We saw a lot of more edge guarding today. And the value of Tianhai that a lot of people thought, oh yeah, maybe he's there because he's tanky as all hell. But the ability to just kind of not commit to your fights, make someone out of position is honestly very reminiscent of a lot of other strong heroes in, different iterations of the game. But yeah, congratulations to WS, if I'm not mistaken, if my short memory has not failed me once more. But yeah, it was WS to finish that off, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're absolutely
running
right.
through the numbers here. Yeah.
WS really did get that first. So if the other teams were wondering placement-wise, at least for this game 1 between A and C, where the top culprits were from yesterday. So Evos finished 10th with 3 kills. Full Sense finished 8th with 2 kills. BBS finished 7, but they finished with 11 kills. All those kills coming up to Martinez, who I believe was the Tianhai. So again, Tianhai supremacy here. We also have 3T who stepped up to the plate again here. And not the highest, but they finished 6 with 6 kills. So that's still pretty damn respectable, so to speak. But again, we're seeing lines being drawn to different groups. Another different outcome coming in to this group stage day number 2. But again, we still have 2 more matches before we move on to the next group, which is going to be B and D, if I'm not mistaken. And that's really fun. I'm very curious about that because we'll just talk about that when it comes. But yeah, for now, really good standing for all of these teams. But unfortunately, teams like DG and HH, not really the most greatest of outcome, dropping to 13th and 16th place respectively.
And once again, thank you for all those indulging us with all the stats we have. And again, guys, that is definitely going to dictate how a lot of these teams are going to play today, because I feel like DG was going to come in with a full head of steam. They had, once again, they had inklings of greatness yesterday, and they could potentially just play off that. But with how things happened today, they could have to reconsider how they approach, their plan of the game. But now WS, the question is, can they keep up this consistency? Because that's what Bamboo Shoots VN been doing so well. They were consistent all throughout, even though they didn't win that first showing in yesterday's second half. They were, I believe, top 3 with a decent amount of kills to their name, really bolstering them up for their further encounters.
Well, it is the very start. Could be just, shaking off the perennial jitters or something like that. So it could just be the beginning, right? We saw how different it was, but really, really surprised to see Full Sense only just get like 2 kills out of that one. It seems like they were always like, again, it seems like a lot of teams here were always just in the thick of fights, but not really amounting to a lot of kills. So it really goes to show how, even though there's just so much happening around the map, it's not the result that you're probably going to be expecting. So as we are tallying, as we are preparing for that second game, we're also preparing the highlights for you guys. Just wait on a little bit. And again, you can check out that code that's been popping up multiple times already for you guys to pick up. Exclusive gift code, which is Naraka SEA 1124. No spaces, guys. You're welcome.
No, I can't believe he memorized it. I know why. Because
I have a picture
I've
of
typed
it. I
that
have
in
a
so many
screenshot.
times. He has it in the back pocket. But I would honestly love to see a Temel team succeed, but I think the interaction with Temel, because yes, you can box yourself in with a team that you are very confident taking the man fight, and I think that is the plan for a lot of these Temel running teams. But with the amount of non-committal factors, like again, Val the Key's ult, you don't really have to commit to the fight. You can honestly turn on a defensive notion. Tianhai's long-range grappling, which I feel like would need a bit of an adjustment because he's supposed to be a tank. I don't think tanks are supposed to displace any players from afar. You know, I don't think that's the original plan for him. But hey, he's in a good spot right now. Hopefully the numbers do get tweaked and we might see a lot more others. We did see a lone Tarka G today, which did suffer a bit of a nerf to his blackout, unfortunately, for all you Tarka G enjoyers there.
Well, fortunately, we won't be seeing the much fabled loops in trios. It just doesn't work that way anymore. I think I don't know, man. The blackout for Tarka G, it's probably a bit too risky to use right now. Because again, technically, even if you can burn the ground, people can just grapple over that, right? Unless you can have them in like a certain lock, right? Tarka G's value in trios might not be as good. Again, this is just from what we saw. There could be some outliers, some amazing Tarka G players out there, but as you can see for the moment, we already mentioned as well, it's the Tianhai era, at least here for this winter tournament.
Yeah, it definitely is the Tianhai era. But yeah, I think we're going to be dissecting our scoreboard once more with Infinity being... That is actually a landslide. That is actually a landslide. 30, the closest one is 11, and KJD with 8. Like you mentioned, there was a lot of activity, but it seems like Infinity was the one that were able to close out the more meaningful fights here. Meanwhile, on the side of Group C, we have 496 with 23, WS with 21, very, very close behind, BBS 15.3, pretty decent start. 3T at 9.4, GHC with 6.5, Cat with 3.5, HH with 2.7, and DG with 1. This is a little bit of a mix-up compared to yesterday because it was WS who was in the middle of the pack. It does look like they have dethroned 3T and the rest of the boys here. I am a little worried for Team Victory here, which have not netted any points yet. They did get stuck between that scuffle between them and BBS, and I think it was 3T. Oh no, it was KE, sorry. So yeah, they have to kind of, you know, get themselves together here. Again, still a long day and a long group stage.
So I'm double checking where Infinity was from yesterday's points. So Infinity yesterday were at 44.7 compared to Full Sense who had 62.2. So that would mean that they just overcome or overtook the first spot for Group A against Full Sense, because Full Sense right now effectively are 66 points while Infinity is racking 74. So Infinity really taking the measure here. Just goes to show, man, we were talking out of our butts a little bit here. As long as you can get even just one game, like a really good game, you can rack up the points so heavily. 30 points in one game. Damn, that is so incredible. For BBS, they were around 77.6 yesterday, so that would mean that they're around 90-ish right now. They're still in a great spot. 496S, what was it? They were 59.2, so that's like 20, so they're like around 80 right now. So they're still right behind BBS, but not by a lot. So BBS could be overtaken around like map 2, or sorry, excuse me, not map 2, but the round 2 or something for the Group A versus C round robin that we do have here. But again, a lot of these teams really setting up the pace in the leaderboards.
And this is just something that is honestly such a pleasant surprise from Naraka. Once again, it's a very, very recent game. A lot of things can still happen and a lot of adjustments can still be made. I feel like this very, very great invitational, by the way, is really one of the keystones for a lot of these players. They want to be known as one of the juggernauts of the region, and for very good reason. And for a very chunky prize pool too. That is definitely an incentive for a lot of these people or a lot of these players to take note of. But with Asarai pointing out the stats here, a lot of teams have stepped up. A lot of teams kind of have fallen DG. They were in contention for that top 4 spot. But now it did fall just, a marginal bit. So there we go, folks.
Yeah, I would say though that if you're looking to still get into the finals, top 3 and top 4 are not far off from even the lowest of the pointers here from any of our groups. So right now it seems overwhelming, but only if you are gunning for that top 1 spot. But if you're looking at maybe top 4, I think like teams like DG, HH, those guys, and Victory that you were mentioning still haven't gotten too much luck, can still get into this. So if you guys are, if the viewers, fans of some of the underperforming teams here, supporters, excuse me, there's still a glimmer of hope as long as they can perform well from here on out, because we can really see how big just even one round can give you in terms of like that point boost that you're looking for.
Yeah, man, what else can we really talk about at this point? A lot of the teams have already set their strats in motion. We see quite a bit of adjustments coming out too. But full sense, I think I want to highlight that too. 3.6, maybe it's just the tournament nerves. Maybe it's the, guys, we need to warm up a bit, get those bearings set. Because Group A, if I'm not mistaken, was incredibly competitive. So the amount of points that they have, it's not gonna last them too long if they keep this up. But again, we all have faith in all our players, all a very, very talented bunch, and I feel like we're very excited to see what the rest of Group B and Group D can do later on in the day. But we still have 2 more maps for this specific matchup.
Yeah, and again, it's still too early to probably speculate, but I'm already speculating, right? I'm always that guy. I like to speculate.
That's what we've been doing.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Right, just to kind of set the tone, set the pace for our audience here that is following the tournament alongside us. And yeah, at least for now, again, we do have our top seeders here. I believe we are just setting up to go into that break quite soon. I think yeah, we're just waiting for that one. Again, don't forget, guys, that we are playing specifically on the live servers. So that means that the adjustments on that you've seen in the patch notes are actually live right now. So that adjustment to the katana, the adjustment to the daggers, all up and running for our players here. Whether it's going to have a huge impact or not, we're, I think, still yet to see.
Yeah, yes. I mean, God, what else am I thinking about as of the moment? We've been talking about everything that we've speculated. Oh, but a quick reminder, guys, to keep it clean in chat, so you don't get shot by the mods. Another thing, too, is that there was a bit of a debacle with the point system yesterday, not because of any miscalculations or anything, but just a quick reminder to any of the players that are tuning in, if they are, please adhere to the rules. Remember to not use any skins. Again, guys, everything you need to know about the tournament is in the rule book, or rather in the rules that we discussed. So, again, that's just a quick reminder. Don't get your points taken away by small slip-ups like that.
Gotta read between the lines, the fine print, so to speak. So it seems we have come to that time again, guys. Gonna go for a highlight and then the break. See you in a bit for game number 2.
How do you get the charged left click? Can Z
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
Welcome back, guys, to the Naraka Blade Point Top Clans 2021 Winter Tournament. My name is Asarai, and with me now is Raf. And oh boy, do we get ourselves a game number one to start everything off here, man.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about the scoreboard for, I don't know, the longest time, but now we're going to talk about just a bit again. With a quick review on that, really it's top 3 and 4 spot for both groups that are incredibly competitive. Everything else with top 1 and 2, the points are just, well, I wouldn't say insurmountable, but incredibly difficult considering the consistency of these teams.
Again, we do have some high-ranking players here. You know, like Full Sense Olivier is actually top 49 in the Southeast Asia leaderboard, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, little tidbits like that give us a glimpse that there are players here that is invited that have been, you know, performing quite well in the upper echelons of the competitive or the ranked scene for Naraka Blade Point. And it kind of shows, but there is still that difference from organized competitive or organized tournament play, right? And we see
Absolutely.
teams here just adapting to that, understanding that a little bit better, and because of it, they're having these adjustments as well as results that I think we weren't really truly expecting coming into day number 2. And one of those biggest examples is WS just coming out of the wazoo and getting that first place on that first game.
Yeah, and that totally nets them around 30 plus points. Once again, keeping that top 3 to 4 spot, incredibly competitive. But man, talking about that, right? Just still a lot of these players coming out the woodwork, the prestigiousness of this tournament, and just the amount of talent we have is really no slouch. I love how efficient a lot of these teams are, especially when they're comboing all their stuff. But to look at more at that, we're gonna be jumping right into the games, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, let's drop into that second round here, and we'll see how that goes. Gotta say, we gotta give a lot of love to our spectators. Like, the way that they're able to just follow the action, you know, has really allowed us to just see the story that is unfolding in each and every match that we're watching right now. So whoever you are, unnamed observer, thank you so much.
You're the greatest.
You are the great.
Yeah, actually, that is absolutely true. Like, observer, unsung hero. Every time there's a fight, we never seem to miss it. But it does look like Viteki's not missing this purple spear right on top. Or is that a katana? It's a katana.
Or demons,
Oh, I was wrong. It's a dagger.
pleasant
Now there's a purple
Dope.
greatsword. But wow, already so stacked on the weapons here. Viteki's right, really good right out of the gates here. Just really need to get a decent amount of armor. We know how fickle white armor is, but it does look like there might be another fight ensuing. I thought I saw a BBS member just overextend just a tiny bit. But Evos on the other side look to gather as much as we can. A lot of teams are pretty spread out this time around. There's a bit of a contest between Cat and 3T on the top right, but it does look like Cat are going to disengage. There is the first fight of the map here. The red parries are coming up, and just to get that safety, the Divine Bell is going to be popped too, but Gao cannot parry from behind, getting taken down by Ryuji, and that is going to put him on top of the leaderboards here, at least for the very moment. Looks for a second one in Roy Hihi. But Roy does have that gold katana, so Ryuji has to be a bit careful, even though he has this armor. A lot of action going around this revival shrine here. His rival. Oh, look at that. The Divine Bell once more saving lives. Ryuji missed the follow-up there just very slightly, but the brawl still continues. Temple already up. What a mouthful here. But Ryuji, once again, popping that Divine Bell. Now everybody from everywhere, from every single corner of the planet, attacking Evos. Not the greatest feeling in the world. Has to pop that Titan call. And Ryuji, or rather Roy, still on the outskirts here, trying to recover as much armor as he can, but not allowed by Leone here, waiting for his teammates to pop, and that's unfortunate.
Slapping a pinata with a 10-foot bat. He's so huge. It just
Overkill.
overkill indeed, but I mean, it gets the job done, right? As you mentioned, so many teams just fighting in the edge here. Leone, he doesn't even respect that somebody's trying to stop him, flinch him from chasing down that one kill. He will have some chance to use that Divine Bell, but that mirror actually did absolutely nothing. Because like they were just far enough that the Divine Bell didn't actually block any of the attacks, and then as it went on off cooldown, or on cooldown, excuse me, that's when he actually got shot. Rather unfortunate, but yeah, so many teams right now, they're expending their resurrections. Okay, so we see that. Our question now lies in who will be the victors as dust settles. Right, he has a bit of time to just come around here and heal back up. He also has a really fantastic weapon that he would definitely not want to drop. It's a golden katana. Not want to give that up here. DG, last try for them. I'm going to be coming in here as a full squad, and I actually don't see any of the action anymore as they come back into the fight. And interestingly enough, every one of their opponents has actually gone back and gone out of this center point here near the shipyard.
Yeah. Now that we are currently expanding our horizons here, it does look like Cats still are not on on good terms with the loot here. They were driven out to a resource-rich area, and it does look like Team Victory was also there. Be very, very close, but it does look like BBS and the Perry Party once again locking horns as BBS looks to have a big advantage, but we're going to look at 3T here, finding Dushan, and Dushan's pretty much dead here, no matter what Team Victory tries to do. Cannot get the nab onto Batum here. The Chunko is in the risk of falling as well. That Kurumi heal is not going to help him for too long. Will get reduced to human form, and the Kurumi gets grabbed. Tenoshi, not in a good spot right now, gets tossed, and Chunko was the oppressor, but now is getting tossed around like a ragdoll. Taiza doing his best to take out Hoa TM. Victory looks to be operating on its last legs as they don't have that resurrection beat for Dushan. Hoa TM doing his best to keep up. Meanwhile, 3T really oppressing with their numbers advantage here. It does look like Chunko did fall, so it is down to a 2v2. But the follow-ups on that tech catch is going to hurt Hoa TM. On a slither of health, but can't escape. Beautiful rollout, but no. Taiza back from the dead will take him out finally. There's still a lot of other players looming around the corner, but it does look like 3T are going to come out of this one pretty confident and pretty victorious. Although Batum is right there too, looking for vengeance. I don't think this is a fight they want to take at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely want to take that fight. That was so awkward for Hoa. Like, he just got outplayed. He actually had first dibs to deal damage or even try to outread his opponent, but every sequence that he did was just perfectly read by Taiza. And I don't know if it's the dagger, specifically the weapon, that really helped Taiza out there, or just Taiza in general, but he just did such amazing work. And now looking into another edge of fight here, BBS still have their resurrections. The only Snacks that's not going to expend his, but I believe that he might actually have to just back away here because 496, yeah, they've just been wreaking some havoc right now. But okay, there you go. Snack, I think he just wants to resurrect with the rest of his team, maybe trying to pick up the items and escape, but that is a bit ambitious, so to speak, now that he's just kind of by his lonesome in this 2 versus 1 scenario.
Oh, what a catch by Sigarash. You see that? He caught him mid-grapple. Sigarash been doing so much work getting those double focus attacks on the unfortunate members of VBS. Still trying to catch up on the last member. Toby will find Snack finally. He has been a slippery fish this entire exchange, but that is not long for this world. They do finally get him. Hoa TM and the rest of Team Victory struggling. Has still not escaped 3T. Don't tell me they've been fighting all this time. He does get a Salak just to bolster his defense up just a tiny bit. Didn't even get everything. But the Titan form is going to be expended. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to benefit them, but at least this is going to put 3T off their backs for just a good amount of time. Although this Shadow Corruption is kind of eating away at their health.
Ooh. Seems like... Yeah, okay. They're just going to take that damage already. Is there going to be a Gatekeeper? Oh, I would love to see a Gatekeeper. 3T would just be in such despair, but that's just me. I'm evil that way. But they still should be fine. Not really the best of heals now for Chunko. He actually only has like 2 beads for heal and then 1 for the armor. So is this going to be enough though? Oh, never mind. It's just on their quick slot. So maybe he has actually more. That dummy. But yeah, 3T looking much finer than, again, yesterday. I think they're back into it. Their mental state, their mental seemingly much better here. They're picking fights properly. Taiza's back onto form. He's winning all of his duels. It's really fantastic to see, especially now that he's picked up his, I think, preferred weapon, which is that dagger. So I think in the long run, we should be also watching out for UT just kind of do their thing. Now, champions, victors from that last game, WS, hounded down by 496S. Are they going to get the throne here? They don't have any more other teams to kind of dip into the fight and dissuade 496S for the moment. So it's really all about this squad versus squad violence. But, oh no, 496S is doing some chunky damage, and Bane Breath bursting, activated by 1. They're still going to have to go through all of this, and the Titan's just throwing everything they have. 5-1 is about to de-Titan already, but not before he tries his best to yoink Toby. Trying to run away now. He does have the Divine Shield, or the Divine Bell, excuse me, as well as heals, but he leaves his teammates out to dry in the open. This is rather unfortunate.
Yeah, I thought WS had the jump on that, but 496 with their incredible salvage play just kind of, you know, turned things around there. Once that Titan got 2 of those picks, really the HP advantage was not going to go in anyone's favor, but 3T have found yet another victim. This time it's going to be Janosen from Perry Party. And getting cornered here is not the greatest position of the world, trying to grapple out, but the chase is still ensuing, and he will finally fall. That loot is going to be so precious. Neil Bogart is right around the corner too, but once again, not really in a good position to, well, really do anything at this point, as Rainman is the last person alive here. Batum's ghost still looking for somewhere he can find a little bit of respite. Please show me a revive altar, but it is not to be, as the Naraka C1124 is the exclusive gift code, guys. Go ahead and take that. BBS is going to engage in some pretty vicious combat as 9 Shade will fall. Cigar Ash as well. They got singled out. None of their players could retaliate. They were a little overextended, but BBS did such a great job. It doesn't look like Martinez is going to commit to this. They're going to leave Toby to his devices. I don't think that's a good idea, since 9 Shade is in a pretty safe spot to resurrect. I think that's what they're going for here. Meanwhile, Martinez is using the high ground to scout, as FS will actually find a pick for themselves too. And that was, well, Huncho taking the kill leader here, finding the fresh res, using that musket to pepper it down, and Toby still going for the res here. So really thinking about it, armor powder is not the greatest amounts either. Toby, he has to leave his teammates. Doesn't really have any other choice but to bail out.
Can't resurrect them anymore, so that's going to be him alone for the rest of the game from the looks of things. Evo's okay, still pretty much damn hell. Yeah, Roy, he's trying to run away. He's already used the Zephyr Prison, but how long can it really last him and keep him safe? Looks like the answer to that is going to be somewhat of a yes, and he even gets a kill through all of that. Roy, where did that come from? He's actually going in for the fight here with the katana, focus attacking, hoping that maybe he can at least absorb some of the damage of that regular attack, but only for the moment. Although he's done it. Oh man,
my
that is so difficult. That was so good. Roy has done enough so that his teammates Infinity, Phantom, as well as Gao TV are here to retaliate, but it's only Phantom up and running, being sprayed, peppered by repeater crossbow shots, and Phantom, he's gonna have to risk bringing back his team, his boys, but it really is such a big risk because there's like one squad right across the ridge here that is just, again, parading ammunition towards their general direction.
Yeah, and I thought some of them got mauled by that Bane Breath. I could be mistaken, but Toby still in a lot of hot water here. Has to force out the Titan form, but only going to keep him alive for just a tad bit longer, as the rest of FS are just going to wait him out. They are already on the chase here, trying to build a very respectable distance. But Toby already taking a bit of range damage here. Once again, they still have to be careful because those grabs, although they are fairly easy to dodge when it's in this setting, it still can do quite a bit of damage. And Olivier, trying to be a nuisance, will get grabbed, but no, that Titan form isn't going to last too long, as Toby is once again making a mad dash. That Divine Bell is going to keep him alive just for a tiny bit. The red parry the parry is going to get baited out, but to no avail, as Toby is going to fall. And FS tack on yet another point. We have 25 players left alive with 15 minutes on our game timer. So quite a bit of Naraka to play and quite a number of duels to witness.
Seemingly, some of the teams here, again, just getting grounded, getting steamrolled. Rainman actually able to bring back his team, right? Because I'm pretty sure Bogart and Junosan were already knocked, and that was only Rainman to remain. He was actually playing quite wise and pretty smart here because he only really had that common dagger or the white dagger, which I don't know if it's even effective to say at the least, but definitely the durability on that is not gonna be good, because if you want to keep just, you know, cycling through, not gonna be at least good for the fights. But Rayman was able to persevere and even bring back the rest of his team here. Now in their sights, they're spotted out by Infinity, who immediately just shoots in their general direction. Gao TV already just, again, wreaking some havoc with the cannon. Infinity actually able to bring back themselves as a full squad. Phantom, fantastic job at bringing back Gao as well as Roy. It looked a little bit dicey, but in the end, they were still at least healthy enough to be brought to play once again. In any case, as well, Infinity backing away, not really committing to the fight, knowing that the numbers are still too high for the rest of the server and don't really want to full commit to a fight that they might lose, especially now that they have such great items that they can just, again, deal damage from that far of a distance. And speaking of which, full sense, able to spot Double P in transition here. But will they push? That is a question.
I can't believe I didn't see them coming.
It does look like they are in a decent spot in terms of the play area here. Meanwhile, KE just looking to edge guard as Gao TV. Once again, just trying to pepper out Lion here. I don't think he has an inkling that Roy is right behind him, so this could be the bait and switch play. But nope, no commitment from any of these sides as KE look to exit with as much grace and as much resources as they can. They do get a decent position within the play area. So, you know, that exchange was pretty inconsequential for both these teams. I could say a lot, rather, I could say the same for a lot of the same teams here. Still hanging around the shipwreck expanse, trying to get as much loot as they can in 5-1. Resorting to ratting here, as both Team Victory and Team BBS are right around the corner with a hint of Team Perry Party. Not a lot he can do, even if he does manage to clutch it out. There's still too many players to really deal with head on. The timer is winding down. 3 minutes have passed. And it does look like we have yet another exclusive gift code that you guys should go grab. You know, maybe get some Tay, maybe get some Immortal Treasures, who knows. But Cat, once again, they really are going for the pacifist route here. We don't want to challenge those cannons. Too much splash damage. And let's just leave that alone. There is a Moru's Blessing on the very, very left corner here for BBS. I think I already got it too. Looking at Hancho's armor.
So it's fine. They have all of the ultimates that they would want. Actually, a lot of our teams here, they've, again, just played it long enough that they would have something to use in terms of their ult economy coming into any of the fights that they would want to commit here. In any case, actually it was down 25, but I think some people were revived, so we're up again to 27. And here we go for the slower pace. I think because of the zone being still a little bit more larger than anything else, these teams still have the option to just back away from fights that they don't really want to commit on from the looks of it. And speaking of which, Team 3 here, Gummy Assassins, and the rest are just trying to escape. Everybody is just trying to get out from these sticky situations, but as their hands are forced, Assassins are already using the Vajra. They've been disengaged from this. I like this. It's pretty smart. But is it really smart? Because now Double P, or PP, is way out into the open. In the Shadow Corruption. And they could get grabbed here by Assassins in transition, but it seems like they've created enough of a defilade blockage here. A bit of cover. So Assassins just, yeah, totally wasted his ultimate. Question is, re-engage. They're running away for dear life. This is only 2 players remaining. But I think the chase wasn't really happening. 3T, Tanoshi, Taiza, and Chunko. Oh, boy. Yeah, again, for the second time, this tower is available for the taking, and they are just, for some reason, using their waves on the longsword, wasting precious durability on their weapon. So I'm not sure what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot more passivity. Bit of a break from all the action we saw earlier, but as soon as I say that, Dog Hunter gets bound. And he is not meant for his world here. Exits his mortal coil. As Gao TV is here with the rest of Team Infinity. And oh boy, Team Victory not in a sharp spot right now. Assassins gets knocked up. Does get that health back for the V3 by Gao. But man, still not long for this world is both Team Cat and Team Victory as Infinity are looking to be the tyrants of this area. It is going to be reduced though, as I think that's GHT right around the corner. It is going to be Team GHT versus Team Victory. And Assassins is the last member alive, cannot escape. A series of unfortunate events as they run into full, healthy, and stacked teams in the form of Infinity and GHT, if I'm not mistaken. Both these teams do have all the resources they want available, but BBS is right around the corner too. Third partying could be a definite possibility for any of these teams. But man, with such a condensed last circle and the amount of teams we have, it's once again going to be a crescendo of sword fighting, of a lot of exchanges, and Gao just knows what's gonna happen. Fully loads his cannon. He is playing just a tiny bit away from his team, but not to a point where nobody can trade him out. Does look like he's gonna land a few shots on BBS, but once again, nothing inconsequential.
The shadow thickens.
Infinity really love to use this bombardment style of play when, as you mentioned, crescendo happens. Right? When everybody is just in that one tiny bit of free space. Speaking of which, Chunko, oh boy, yeah, he's just firing out the ballistas, dealing a good chunk of damage. It's about to break here, but he's already shown that he's a force to be reckoned with on top of that mountable turret. 2 HP. Wow, they actually just got obliterated, demolished. Nothing they could really do there, Raph. Now, 3T still on top of that, but they're not going to be able to loot anything. BBS, Infinity, able to enjoy the fruits of their labor for the moment. BBS, this could be dire straits for them because they've used some critical ultimates. Gao's just about to hit back onto his Titan Call, and Martinez, yeah, he's about to go back to human form. Can't even try to use the Divine Bell. No seconds, no frames wasted here by Infinity and the rest. Roy, is he gonna have to use his Zephyr Prison? No, he just jumps out. Okay, but I mean, yeah, he's just gonna take extra damage to the corruption. He uses the prison right now, and he heals back up to clutch. That is perfect. BBS also feeling the negative effects of the outside of that zone, has to escape in 5-1.
Wait a minute.
What?
I think they know they're both ratting. They're like, you know what, 5-1. I'm just gonna let you.
I mean, we could see him, right? But maybe he can't see them. Okay.
Maybe they blended in, but yeah, at this point they're both rats. It could be like a temporary alliance, but it doesn't look like it's gonna last long because Hancho's scaring him away. Hancho knows he has the armor advantage, but it does look like 5-1 is doing a bit of a peace treaty here. I think they did see each other. He has recovered. He has returned. Oh, but this time he got spotted. Now the Divine Bell has to be expended, but does get hit by the Enigma. He is not long for this roll too, as Hancho does have a massive health advantage and a weapon advantage too. No, the dagger, the gold focus will burn through that parry. Hancho did have a clear hand in this fight, but as of the moment, it's a bit of a toss-up between these two. It is a rat versus rat action here. 5-1 does not seem interested in the chase as Hancho is trying to heal up. We'll not spend the Vitalia first. We'll powder. But FS is also just on top of this tower playing gatekeepers. Cat, yet another rat. Oh, pardon me for rhyming. Gay as well, hanging on to their dear life at the very base of this structure.
Rather unfortunate there that 5-1 couldn't just win that fight. He just could not follow up with his... was that like one from behind, one in front? Or that's just the ridiculous damage of that ballista? Either way, full sense, they gotta give away their nice little position as the corruption devours, envelops that high ground of them, forcing themselves to get into the big fight already. And Olivier, oh yeah, he's gotta have to go for the yoink, but really good predictions. Follow up from his team, enough to take down Lion. Beautiful teamwork there coming in from Full Sense. Now they spot another one, which is Janosin. who actually got away just in the nick of time with the use of that grappling hook. Olivier's now gone back to his human form. He's now going to be looking to fight, and he has one of the most ridiculous weapons in the game, and that is a golden great sword. Damage is incredible, but up against a Titan, it is all for naught. They picked out Paralyze. Another one as well, the slap to follow through, and Paralyze just gets devoured by the corruption. And KE, is this the team that actually clutched the last time that we saw it? Thailand, right? If I'm not mistaken. It seems like he's doing it once again. There's another one by Juno-san. Unfortunately, cannot bring him to the Shadow Corruption, but a second yoink will make sure that they at least secure another kill here. KE, where has this been all day long, or all yesterday long? Because now the value on that Titan has just skyrocketed. Infinity on the other side of this safe zone, fighting up against another squad here. It's Cat from Cat Cow. And, ooh, good parry, good follow-up, good damage. Divine Belt to stop the momentum, but there's the Valor Queen, another Nightmare. And Catacol, well, she doesn't actually set up for herself, but sets up for the opponents that gobbles up the rest of Infinity here, who have to use their own just to get away or have even a say in this fight.
It does look like Gao is going to be holding on to Lion here, but that Binding Prayer is going to keep him topped up just for a tiny bit. Infinity, they are pretty healthy here. They just need one more grab, and that they do. KE's fighting chances, they drastically drop, as Thylin is going to be the last member alive here. Meanwhile, Catacol is still alive. No, Thylin trying to use the trees for refuge here, even popping off an armor powder just for a tiny bit of extra health. But BBS, they get a massive Viper Ning ult, but it's only Roy who gets the full stun here. Hancho not having the greatest time either. Alone had no support whatsoever, but still manages to land that blue focus, keeping them off just for a tiny amount of time. But Roy will finally find him, and that's going to be the end for BBS, as Gao is still continuing the brawl with one last member of KE being Thylin, trying to fend off the hordes of Infinity. He does have full armor and does have the exact weapon. The question is, does he have enough to clutch this out? He needs a miracle, and he needs it right now. He is basking in the glow of the corruption, and his HP is slowly dwindling. And once again, Infinity, they take the top spot. Congratulations to them. Wow, that is a lot of kills.
That was incredible amount of kills there. Something Infinity again.
Yeah.
They were top 1 already to begin with. Coming into the second round, and they solidify that with another victory from that second round. Great stuff coming in from Infinity, and my oh my, they just know when to just engage on those fights. They just know how to be able to be as effective as can be. Gotta say, man, Roy, the Temok, just clutched it, I think, for the most part there. He brought so much time, because there was a point where I feel like Infinity was about to get wiped as an entire squad, and then Roy just did the impossible and delayed it long enough that his teammates were revived, specifically to get everyone back up to full. It was incredible, and because of that, Infinity still had so much to work with going into that final point of that circle. Unfortunately for the other teams, it did not bode as well as it did for them. I think one of the teams that have been really struggling to win in the later circles has got to be Full Sense. Like, they seem to have all the necessary tools, but it seems like they're just not able to kind of convert that into a victory. It's either they just get caught when they engage, the timing's just off, or just something that always just thwarts them when they try to make something happen.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that Infinity, they got 29 kills in that previous map. That is no joke. That is definitely gonna boost them up all the way to at least maybe top 2, top 3. So that's still an insurmountable of points when we talk about individual performance. But yeah, like you said, Full Sense did have a great head of steam at the beginning, just kind of faltered midway, didn't have enough gas to keep the dial on 11. But we'll be seeing more of that when we get into the highlights later on. On the other side of things, DG still have not found their footing. We saw them make an exit very, very early, which is not boding well for their standings. I mean, what else can we say? 3T did a good job of staying alive for as long as they can. Did get third-partied, but still a great showing nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely a great showing for them. I think they were still able to get a considerable amount of kills in that second game. So we'll probably have to wait for the updated points to make sure what was really happening or what really transpired in that one. Because again, it felt like that second game was a lot more, and this is kind of interesting, it felt a little bit more slower than the first one. Like the first one, it was all about that, all about the slaps, all about just being super aggressive. I don't know where the slaps came from, but yeah, they just tried to always engage. For the second one, teams were actually holding on a lot more to their ultimates. They weren't really fighting as hard after their resurrections were used. So it's kind of, again, interesting to see that kind of be the case here in this second one. Maybe they're a bit more afraid to lose their possible placements. Maybe they're afraid to go for the kills now. And what's resulting here is a bit of a slower paced game. So whether that's a good thing for some of the teams or a bad thing, it's definitely a good thing for Infinity that hasn't really dropped the ball at all. It's just incredibly consistent for them. And again, they are on their way, just being straight up safe into coming to that finals happening again later on in this tournament's lifespan, day 4 and day 5. For the other end, for Group C here, I haven't really seen Bamboo pop up as much as I would want them to. Seems like they've kind of stalled their engines a bit here and haven't been as fantastic as I kind of remembered them. Martinez was great for sure, but I'm not sure how they were able to perform this second game though, or this round 2.
Yeah, I mean, BBS, we saw them quite a bit, but I don't think they did make it too far out. I guess once again, we did see it was a rat exchange between him and Hancho, and WS's 5-1, if I am not mistaken. Had to work around having only one player alive, but look at all these points that they gathered in that one outing. How do you get 50 points? That is probably the most we've seen in just one swift go. But like you said, BBS, that was a bit of a quiet performance. Doesn't stop them from performing in their group, grabbing 17 points for themselves, with 3T following close behind with 11.4, 496 with a decent 9.3. WS, even though they did have a bit of a rat problem, stuck with 6.2. GHT with 5.3. Cat with 4.5, and DG with 4. HH kind of need to get their bearings together as well with 1.1 points.
Yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate turn here. Yeah, it still seems like Bamboo are on top of things. Not really something that will probably shake their confidence moving forward into this one, but can't really see lines being drawn right now. Really surprised that KE have kind of took this long to get that high into the leaderboards here, because they were trailing behind quite a bit. They actually were out of contention for the top 4 for Group A, but now I think they might actually even be able to overtake maybe EVOS at this point, who are top 3 as of the moment. So this is looking quite the turn for Knights Errant. So they just need to hold on a little bit more. We're again setting up, looking to go for that third game, see how it kind of pans here. So we're just gonna give you guys the quick highlights from that game number 2, and then we're gonna be setting up for game number 3. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Get the charged left click can see that.
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
Welcome back, guys, again to the Naraka Blade Point 2020 or Top Class 2021 Winter Invitational. My name is Asarai, and joining me now is Raph. And boy, we got ourselves 2 games done already for this A and C group, and it's turned wildly into the favor of some teams. Most notably, I think right now, Infinity.
Oh yeah, I mean, once again, 50 points. Just a quick recap for those who didn't get a chance to look at the scoreboard. Again, guys, 50 points in one fell swoop. That is incredible. That is something that we haven't seen yet, and hopefully they can kind of replicate that kind of success, because they are so far the only team that's in the triple digits for their group. Meanwhile, on the side of Group C, it's a bit more competitive.
Yeah, it's turned into a bit of a push and pull, a tug of war, so to speak, between 496 versus Bamboo Shoots. Bamboo having 109.9 points with 496 at 91.5. It is a little bit between the two teams because the third team on Group C, which is 3T, is 47.3, as I mentioned. So right now, the top twos for Group A and Group C for this second day have wildly created some big gaps, Raph. Like there is like a canyon that you have to try to jump, maybe Daredevil styles or Evil Knievel, but it's gonna take a massive effort for teams like 3T, WS, GHT to get back into it. But again, there is still some hope for other teams. But I feel like it could be safe right now to even talk about the top two teams from C and A could be safe going into that playoffs. But performance-wise, they're looking so good. And we'll see how great they are coming into this third game for the ANC match here, guys. So let's waste no more time, get into it, and here we go.
Absolutely. And once again, we're going to be taking a bit of a look at EVOS, who have been somewhat under the scrutiny of a lot of people. Maybe a lot of unwarranted pressure. But still, here we are, guys. Just a quick review of which teams are going to be competing for our points today, or at least for this half. This is going to be the last game for the first half of the day, as WS look to continue their rampage of taking points. And that is not a good look for HH, as Blue Shark is about to fall. Not a lot of health, and is finally going to get taken out. NTN, though, trying to do his best to salvage this, waiting for his team's respawn. But again, this is not something they kind of want to commit. WS, they do have a lot of armor to their name. Hagenov already rocking a purple, 5-1 as well. Hopefully they don't want to see what happened in the last game where they were kind of forced to play super passive, kind of forced to play the rat. 5-1 will fall to EVOS, though. EVOS playing the opportunist here. Did see a bit of a scuffle. Now it's their time to capitalize on the weakness of the remaining team, which is WS.
EVOS now on the quick little charge here. We'll see how this kind of unravels for them, excuse me. Seeming like that they're fine. Ooh, this is going to be something to watch out for as well. Bamboo already in a fight. Martinez just spots out 3 and just backs away on immediately. He's requesting some reinforcements from the rest of his team, but he's already down to half. Rainman smells blood in the water, but immediately strikes the other one that was nearer to him, which is Snack. But he might have actually made a huge mistake with this one. Huncho! Did you see that? He blocked the other one from Double P that was chasing him down. Martinez running for dear life as of the moment here. And he actually be able to wipe out the rest of Bamboo Shoot here if they play their cards right, which they do. And Huncho, only just a second left alive, and that's going to be him down for the count. And back to the drawing board they go.
That's right. We're going to be taking a look at 496 here as Toby looks to be the initiator for his team, jumping on to GHT, finding a straggler. Where's the rest of Toby's team, though? Here they are, just right on time as the Enigma is going to land on Hoa TM. Not a good look for him. No more Divine Bell. Gets taken out. Batum also gets cornered here. Nearly gets squeezed into that hut, but so far no problem for the rest of 496. Maybe nabbing a good set of points for themselves, and it does look like they have a bounty to follow, which is on Zoe. But Zoe is going to be ways away here as EVOS was the opportunist. Now is getting jumped on. One of the targets that the bounty was on is here, but Rival, beautiful parry onto Assassins, landing that blue focus. And I think that's team victory. Either they're out of it or they're... Oh no, they still have one more resurrection beat, so they have a second chance at this game.
They do have some stances here. I'm surprised to see that a lot of the fights that are happening right now are just between two squads, right? We kind of started the day with just like 3 ways between multiple squads coming in, but now it seems for some reason, at least in this third game, it's quite isolated, to say at the least. Still, we're coming into that point where ultimates are up and running, being used. And 3T not wasting any time to get a couple of kills here. Chunko's gotten his first kill. His teammate also having another. And G, they're just broken right now. They do have one more player to remain. Evos now has spotted a worthy opponent in 496S. Oh, that's a good setup. Can he actually pick it up as they fall down from the Nether Nightmare? Seems like that's not going to be the case. But as soon as he comes through, Rival way out into the open. Question now, Toby capitalize on a second yoink. Not going to happen, but Rival was knocked away from the board. And I believe it's safe to say Evos still have their resurrection because they did win against Vitality there a while ago. So even if they do lose this one, they still should be fine. Kunkka, I like the creativity to just hide on top of the rooftop there. But, I mean, third-person perspective, right? They can see you coming, hiding in the corner. So, no dice, no escape, no surrender. And they're just going to be back once again for that resurrection.
That's right, Kunkka is going to be sleeping with the fishes here. Smug is trying to get out of line of sight, just avoiding that Viper Ning ult as HTN and the rest of HH are going to be in a bit of a duel here, but beautiful, beautiful Valkyrie ult here by Lowy. Rather NTN is looking for the setup. So far, no dice. It's a bit of a mess as Smug is forced to pop, but gets denied by NTN. Instead, gets held down. Blue Shark trying to do as much damage as he can with that white repeater. But he does escape with his life. It's Lowy versus NTN right now. Lowy finally gets grabbed. Does not have too much time on this Titan call, so he has to do the damage while he can. Tries to go for a second grab here, but could be the world of hurt. That Divine Bell is going to save him for now. Lowy gets hit by the lockdown. And that's going to be the last of him for at least this map.
Wow. HH surviving their one of the few fights that they've actually gotten and been the victorious team. All again through the incredible efforts of the Tianhai. Now, Olivier right in front of us. 496S is their opponent. This is a battle between top teams, Rap. And we'll see who's going to be the victor of this one. Oh, damn. FS. Double kill in a quick little sequence. Back to the drawing board. 496S goes, but they have to concede all of these great loot that they were able to pick up on the previous team that they were able to annihilate. But yeah, that's going to be just that. We now have, of course, Gummy Assassins and Zonarak, excuse me, right in front of us. No squads right near them. And they're just playing the safe game for the moment. I'm surprised at least a few teams are still playing that kind of passive strat. Might work, but you really do just want to keep on fighting just to, again, to keep the scores rolling for the most part. WS 5-1. Let's see how good he is with the yoinks. He's actually on a higher pace of ground here, so maybe he can pick someone up to follow with the double slap down as he does pick up Victim from the ground. Not really going to be possible anymore, and I guess it's because of just how there's just too many damn obstacles. Duxian, though. Yeah, there it is. Good kill.
That was a beautiful grab. That was honestly such a beautiful air shot here by 5-1. Getting so much work done with this Titans call. It does look like they are going to ensue the chase with Batum here, the last member, or rather one of the last two members of GHT, if I am not mistaken. It does look like 3T have their hands full with KJD. But look at this brawl happening right now. Oh my goodness, Batum will have to fall to that great sword, and that is unfortunate for him. However, the Divine Bell is going to... but not for too long as Hoa gets tagged up during those vulnerability frames. Once again, we're going to take a look at KJD and 3T as they try to battle it out in open space. This bow can do so much damage as long as the shots land. But that is not to be, as Taiza, even with the golden bow, struggling to hit. But once that arrow hits, that's going to prompt this entire team to run. Does look like they're going to go for a better position instead of committing to that fight. Very, very smart decision. It is going to be no man's land for them if they do dive in. But Cigar Ash will have to pop that ult. Gets to. Where is the follow-up, though, as Nine Shade not in a position to do so. They just use the stun to allow the players to get a bit of distance. With Cigar Ash still holding down that spear, or rather that ulti spear, does get bound. But once again, Gummy with an ult of his very own gets stunned. And both these Titans, I don't know what's going on. Everybody's just holding on to others. And Gummy gets finally peppered down from all that cannon fire and musket fire. Toby has to make a bit of an exit here, recover a bit of health as the rampage of assassins is still continuing.
Knights Errant actually came in third party, which is perfect because this gives 496S time to just try to escape, to be honest. Like, they can just use this as some of a distraction, and it's working. Look at that. There's like another squad coming into this one and another. Raph, this is 5 teams, 5 squads, all near the vicinity of where 496S was just at the start of that encounter. Olivier, will he get stunned by the Viper-ning ult? Yeah, there it is, but he shouldn't be punished too heavily, but he is getting pushed back by Maple, at least for the moment. Full Sense got... yeah, obliterated. That, oh no, this is Full Sense's last life. Olivier's the last person standing. He has to try to make this happen. Wow, Maple just did the clutchest thing for Full Sense against Full Sense, which is to double yoink both Full Sense players and slap them down for a quick take. Wow, that is so good. And 496S, on the other hand, somehow managed to survive because everybody just collapsed into that one specific location, the courtyard, to fight up against the others. Now, it seems like Knights Errant will not let 496S any form of breathing space here, but the thing is, 496S, they still are somewhat alive. Now, I'm curious if Toby and Dog Hunter will be revived by Nineshade, or Toby and Cigars, excuse me, will be revived by Nineshade, but he's already creating so much space between them just because he has literally nothing except for maybe this greatsword and the white armor, the common armor.
Yeah, 496S on the receiving end of the Rat Fate. Not something you want to enjoy, but HH looking a lot stronger compared to their previous 2 outings. And Evos look to be just a bit of a graveyard here, relinquishing all the loot that they have to give to HH. Now, everybody's just going to play Gatekeeper at this point. We are at the second circle, so there's still quite a bit of room to move around. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a fight happening very, very soon here, especially at this point of the game where all teams are geared and they really want those points. Even if it was it Full Sense? Yeah, I think it was Full Sense who made a bit of an early exit. They still have a lot of points to be comfy with. Snack does have the souls of Martinez and Hancho. They want to run up this lead. They want to reinforce all their all the bastions that they can, but not having the full force, as Hancho is not to be revived. Snack already burning that binding prayer just to get that extra health. Meanwhile, HH look to turn their fortunes. But look at this, every single team has already coalesced on that top left corner there. And everybody seems to be picking their spots to wait it out up until the circle collapses.
That just means that we're gonna have like 30 possible players in like a super small circle, and then all hell breaks loose. Infinity, oh man, they're actually, wow, they're actually looking so great right now with all of their items. So yeah, this is just gonna be a final breath for Martinez, and the hopes I feel for Bamboo just what's the word here? Evaporate. In any case, right now, it's going to be Infinity with a great little start for them. They were actually, I think, on Gold Soul Jades as well, so they got themselves some pretty hefty items coming in to the latter stages of this day. Rain Man, I think he was able to have a visible sight on Kunkka, and he might be looking to chase down, but Kunkka has, I think, created enough space that he won't be able to, or he'll be able to just get away from out of dodge. Seemingly enough, no big fights have truly happened just yet. We only have maybe just the one, like where 5 squads collapsed, but that's about that. And again, HH, they're in a comfortable spot. No need to overextend themselves. Just try to see the lay of the land and hide inside the bush. Be a bush Wookiee for maybe just a zone or two.
It does look like Infinite is going to have control for both blessings here if they time it properly, but 496 is in a great spot to contest this. They did get to reinforce everybody. Not the greatest armor, so they want to salvage as much as they can. Once again, the tower position is going to be a very big point of interest for all these teams, as Juno-san is going to be reinforcing Rain Man. They do have all their resources, but yeah, like I said, guys, this is going to be an incredibly innocuous period for at least another 2 minutes. All they're going to do is they're going to pick out a spot. They are going to wait out this final circle and just throw everything in a burst. There's no real reason to commit to a fight right now, especially when all the teams are so close. Neil Bogart just really tried his best to get a bit of chip damage here, but this is a bit of a risk for TG, as Kanji is going to get everything dived on him. Just waiting for that final second here, gets time, and that is going to be the end for TG's Kenji. The rest of TG, I don't think they have any say in that, as the third parties are going to come in. Like I said, it is a very big risk, especially this late in the game, as Red Whale, they are trying to fend off every attacker here, but KE, they are being as aggressive as they can. We even see Blue Shark's Viper-ing ult come out, and we do get a bit of a stun, but Tai Lin escapes with the skin of his teeth with that last frame Titan Scalp. He finally gets one. He nabs one. Can't really find the right teammate to get as much damage as he can, but the double slam is going to come in anyway. That is Blue Shark getting tossed around, and Red Whale getting grabbed too. Still looking for yet another double, but it could not be the case. However, this other Titan is running very low on health. Thailand has to make an exit here. He does get de-timed, but NTN... Actually, wow, I thought HH took the brunt of all that damage, but it seems they were the ones to take advantage of this fight, as Infinite, they do find the parry party. Neil Bogart with the Temok ult will eventually create a bit of a fight hut here again. Getting cornered. There's nowhere to run. Nowhere to tech chase as well. They have to pop that Sacred Circle to keep as much HP alive. Oh my goodness, Neil Bogart staying alive for as long as he could, but finally the corruption takes him. And, or rather, not the corruption, but the player damage. A lot of things happening here. Gout TV, not getting paid attention to enough. And Infinity, they take everyone. Take yet another set of points.
Man, Infinity just a whole different beast from what we saw on yesterday. Like,
The shadows spread.
Gao, or more specifically Phantom, has just been incredibly phenomenal with the Viper Ning plus that dagger, just knowing how to engage the fights with that specific weapon, really loving how he just kind of transitions it and just works his magic all throughout. Meltinez, again, back to the drawing board. It seems like BBS was able to scrounge up another resurrection, but they're just getting gatekept by Cat here and the rest of the Cat squad. Are they going to be able to win the fight, though? Dog Hunter, he's got some pretty hefty damage, but he's just immediately disengages. I'm wondering how this is going to be faring out, because BBS still actually have a fairly healthy amount of fight left in them, and Dog Hunter is just... he's just creating the gap here. Just does not want to touch a hot potato anymore, as well as Catacol. So they might have just already abandoned the fight, knowing that there's another squad that could also join in onto the fray as well. Huncho's just about to get knocked out. Could get maybe somewhere, but now never mind. Another squad has come in here. Zonarok, excuse me, an assassin. Here just play Spoil Sport. And at least for here, seems like, again, some of these teams just getting caught unawares, and it's the time for the bottom dwellers to start going to the top.
Yeah, 10 minutes left. Circle obviously collapsing here. Corruption 3, not a joke anymore. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why Roy has that gold katana again, because they had pretty much uncontested control over that Moor's Blessing. It does look like Kunkka was the straggler here. The Binding Prayer is going to get burned only to secure this kill, but wait a minute, this could turn on their heads. If they get caught out, that is going to be incredibly unlucky, but they have to burn that Bane Breath just for that extra layer of security. Wait a minute, why on earth are all the HH players? They even turned it around, but they only seem to find Catacol here. Still quite a bit of damage. Red Whale does have all the advantages in the world. Dog Hunter pops. The Viper Ning ult as well. Blue Shark gets stunned. Meanwhile, NTN does escape with his life. Dog Hunter, I don't think he has too much, but he baits out the red parry. The Divine Bell is going to come out. Big whiff on NTN. Gets hit by the Enigma, the lockdown. Dog Hunter with a beautiful turn. And NTN just once again being a victim of the clutch. Wait a minute, what happened here? There's a bit of a scuffle as Roy did fall. I think he got stuck between the players on team VTR, if I'm not mistaken. As 3T right around the corner here. Gao TV looking to get a cheeky snipe. But yes, it's Gummy and Zoe. They do look to avenge their teammates on a equal 2v2, but we have to take a look at HH again. Blue Shark trying to continue that momentum he got off that duel. Dog Hunter, though, has also been pretty hot. Dog Hunter gets taken out. I'm so sorry I jinxed your existence, my friend. Still another Moru's Blessing right around the corner. But WS, they're right on top of one of them already. I think that's a shop. And all these teams are going to collapse at that tiny circle. BBS, yeah, they've been pretty quiet this game. I think they only have one member left in Snack. But yet another duel ensues between HH and WS as they make quick work of Blue Shark. And Blue Shark has been pushed to extinction.
We could probably be seeing like HH actually skyrocket in terms of performance or results for later on. They just kept winning. It seems like they had the run of this series. Really what they needed there to get back into it, because they literally have no points, or either that or you're just scraping the bottom of that barrel. Now Infinity have chosen to just engage straight against WS here. They don't have the Tian High ultimate anymore, but do they need it? What a snipe. Great burst coming through. 5-1. He's huge. He's humongous. And everybody from Infinity just tries to get on out of there. Just does not want to touch that hot potato anymore. But Haganef and 5-1 doing the best that they can, but you can see 5-1 just has no right to try to even get a yoink whatsoever. Just great slashes coming through here by Infinity, but now another challenger has stepped up to the plate. 3T from across the mountain here are raining damage from up above. Infinity have backed away immediately. I'm not sure if they were able to loot up fast enough to get maybe upgrades on their items or refresh their sustenance, their sustain items, but we'll see how that goes. But it seems like they are just pretty much fine. Yeah, Gao playing on a common cannon, so he hasn't seen anything much better in terms of rarity. But going into the other fight, oh man, 3T, there it is, the Wombo combo. Nether Nightmare into the Twilight Crimson sets up such a beautiful setup here. But they just got destroyed. Chunko, where did that come from? As he just, again, brings them through the Shadow Corruption and deals some excessive force, excessive damage in the thick of things. He will pay with his life, but I think he was able to still get the value through that double yoink into the double slam coming in to that Shadow Corruption realm.
Yeah, hung out a little too much in the corruption there, but still quite a bit of damage already down here. 3T, they are still reeling from that previous fight. Do not want to fight Gao TV here, as INF, they are full health. BBS still ratting it out in the corner here, but Infinity, they found Taiza. That was such a big pickoff. Now they don't have the Valkyrie ult, nor do they have the teleport. Rather the haze to create a little bit of space for them. The Sacred Circle is gonna come down for Snack, but Snack, there's too much damage for his armor to get healed up in time. He's finally out of it. It's going to be Haganaf versus the rest of Infinity. And once again, guys, I said this in the previous clutch, he needs a bit of a miracle, as Roy not waiting on anybody. And this is pretty much Infinity's game, securing the top spot, if I am not mistaken. And that's going to be it. That's all she wrote for her.
They're playing with their food. Haganaf is, yeah, just a meal for them. And Gao, he still had like one more left in him, and that's gonna be that. He doesn't even de-titan as, you know, at the end of that particular sequence. And that is going to be, as I mentioned, Infinity going above and beyond. So that's going to be, again, great performance for the Infinity squad for the second time. They're gonna be our victors for this A and C group. Great stuff coming in from them. So this could actually mean that their points from, again, could skyrocket nearing the 200s now, and we're just on the second day.
Yeah, I think that was 33.6 points. Again, 20 times 1 point. No, not 20. But anyway, guys, that's a lot of math that I'm not going to do right here. But yeah, again, there's just an inkling that yes, Infinity, they did get 50 points in the previous outing. What was that Infinity? That was right.
Yeah,
But my memory is a little blurry already, as there were so many exchanges that we had to take into account. Again, Naraka is just such a breakneck game with such a blistering pace. There's just so much to remember. But I think something that we have been noticing today more than yesterday is that there's a lot more rats. A lot of teams are getting staggered early, and a lot of them are not committing to the fights that we did see them typically commit to.
Yeah. I guess it's because of the fact that they don't want to start the fights and they're waiting for fights that they can just, again, dip in when someone else is maybe exceedingly low, right? Because again, we talked about how third partying could be something that they can will utilize, and at least for this third game, I felt like it worked specifically for HH. Like they found fights where seemingly yesterday they could just not do anything right, but in this game, they could just do no wrong. Up until almost the very end, they got themselves some specifically good team fights that were actually incredible, to say at the least. Let me just put this out real quick. Oh yeah, here we go. So HH got a ranking, or the top 7 spot on that game number 3, as well as a 11 kill score. So not too bad, considering that they haven't really had much success again from the previous days. So HH really stepping up their game here, but again, might not be the best of outcomes, but better than just, you know, losing straight up their placement, or just immediately just forgoing their placements already, because again, they're at the bottom of the barrel here.
That's right. And still, again, I talked about this. We talked about this. Top 3 and 4, highly competitive. Still, not much has changed. Top 1 and 2, their fates are all but sealed. As with the performance that they've been doing, BBS, they've been fairly quiet, but they've been getting enough points just to be on that, you know, top level compared to, we're not really top level, but at least the very first place when it comes to points. Again, guys, there's just so much emphasis on please be very active in your fights. Try to execute it as cleanly and as quickly as you can, because we know what happens. Every time the fight gets drawn out for too long, the third party comes, and that's where you're giving away points to. And the players have been so smart about it.
Yeah, they really have been. And we saw some players here really show to us that they can basically read the scenario that was happening. I think that was HH's Red Whale, I think, when he was fighting with a Tianhai. Really perfect, because I believe the Tianhai de-titaned already. He immediately went for the red parry, as well as a right soon after, it looked like a spam on the Divine Bell, and Red Whale just actually waited for it. He knew that is usually what Tianhais do immediately as soon as they drop, right? So he just waited for that a little bit, and then the punish to follow through. Really goes to show how players here, they just don't randomly take out slashes. They're reading the situation, so to speak. And after all of that, here's your points for the last game of Group A versus C.
Oh boy, actually full sense with 3 points. That is not going to help their case too much. But let's talk about Group A just a little bit. Infinity, that's 80 points in 2 games. That's kind of crazy. And I was right. It was 30.6. My math was on the spot. Yes. But Team Victory with 8 points. I think this has been their best performance as of late. PP with 7.7, Evos with 5.3, KE with 4.9, TG with 3.8, FS with 3, and KJD with 2.2. Again, guys, when you hit those lower placements, the kill multiplier really hurts. You only get half the points. But Group C here with Warrior Shield, 22.2 points. 3T has 20. HH has 15.3. 496 following 10.4. Cat, very marginal difference with 10.1. BBS with 4.5. DG with half a point. And GHT with an unfortunate none. Now, I guess the recurring theme is that it's still incredibly competitive towards Group C, but Group A, Infinity has run away. Like, legitimately run away. KE can still kind of do it, But FS, Full Send, still pretty secure, top 2. 496 and BBS. Like you mentioned, Astra, it's not that big of a gap.
Yeah, and again, if 496 just wants to maybe have a statement here, they could try to overtake BBS, but at least for now, they're looking quite secure in their placement. There is just like 0.4 difference between Warrior Shield and 3T. That is hilarious, I would say. But yeah, at least that means that they're for Group C, we have ourselves a drawn line for now for the top 4, because there is a big gap between number 4 to the number 5 of Group C. Same could not be said though with Group A. I think everything is a toss-up, even up until KJD. Like Evos probably aren't as happy as what they would want here, because they have such a, I don't know, man. Evos had a lukewarm reception. They're basically hot and cold in a lot of these games. Haven't really had the perfect match that they were probably looking for. And now, as dust settles, that's gonna conclude the first series, 3-game series of the day. And of course, when we go into that break, we're all gonna be preparing for this other one. I feel like this is the other Bamboo that we should definitely watch out for, which is 84.8 points, Group B and Group D. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go for a break. When we come back, it's Group B and Group D in this day 2 of the group stage of Naraka Blade Point Top Clans 2021 Winter Invitational. See you guys in a bit.
Glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click can see that.
但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built burn. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click! Can see now!
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Tui. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click! Can see that?
但是时间好像不太够了。
sacrifice for our God. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click! Can see that?
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click! Can see
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click! Can see that?
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click! Can see now!
一个，但是时间好像不太大了。
my eyes for our God. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise, priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click! Can see that?
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
And we are back. Sorry for the long wait, guys. I know it's weird, right? But we're back. Anyways, my name is Asarai. With me now is Raph, and we're continuing this day's group stage day 2 of the Naraka Blade Point Top Clans 2021 Winter Invitational. And we finished the Group A versus C series of 3 match. And oh boy, did we see some teams really go above and beyond.
Absolutely. And again, just so much excitement ramping up. Now it's finally time to look at the other half of our competition, which is going to be a Group B and Group D. I feel like there's expectations being set by the audience. You know, Bamboo Esports specifically have been fantastic. Meanwhile, their sister team Bamboo Shoots VN have also been fantastic. But I remember chat yesterday was talking about, oh yeah, Bamboo's got this in the bag. But that being said, this is still the cream of the crop. Everybody's a juggernaut. And it's pretty much a toss-up still, considering how the points have been going today too.
Yeah, honestly, again, it is such a different spell from what we keep seeing. And it's the element of battle royales, to be honest. Like, you can have guesswork here and there, but there's just so many things that can really set the tone or create like rifts for some of the teams that look quite promising here. And well, even though that might be the case, we still do have, at least specifically for the Bamboo teams, Bamboo Esports and Bamboo Shoots, still at the top of their peaks, but we still have yet to go for the day 2 of Group B and D.
Yep. And if you look at Group D, it's actually PHI leading the charge with 44.5. Yet another incredibly heavily contested and heavily competitive group in the form of Group D. Meanwhile, Group B, Bamboo Esports lies on top, 84.8, effectively nearly doubling TGE, who's following behind with 44.9. Again, cannot sleep on anyone here, as that 4th spot on both those mentioned groups are still incredibly close. Look at LHW and Impunity's gap. That's only 2 points. Look at RP and WCL. That's 7 points. In the grand scheme of things, that's absolutely nothing.
It's absolutely nothing. It's still a toss-up for any team, at least still wanting to get into the top 4. Now, looking into it as well, you know, a bit of clairvoyance, I guess, for what happened with Group B. I think all eyes was on this one team specifically. Again, on me. Because they do have one of the number 1, or actually 2 of the top players in the Southeast Asia region, mainly Frustivus as well as Master Demo, and they had such a, I would say, not even lukewarm. I felt like they had such a cold response or cold result from yesterday's matches. It seems like they had some certain plans, but teams just always got the best of them, maybe even faster of them. And Omni could just never really find any solid footing when they were playing. And again, they got overshadowed by teams like Bamboo. On the other hand here for Group D, from the looks of it, it was PHI that was doing the best on their side. So we're going to be, for sure, dropping into a series of 3 with spectacular results, as well as teams that we were expecting to pop off might not pop off again today.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's a lot of eyes on a lot of these teams, a lot of fanfare being generated, and a lot of, how would I put this, expectations on their shoulders. On me, like you said, is pretty star-studded. A lot of flashy players there. But again, maybe just kind of struggling in our trios meta, which has been pretty macro dominant. Not a lot of areas where individual mechanical play are allowed to shine. But again, it's not something that you can scoff at. On the side of Bamboo Esports, though, I remember just how absurdly good they were in their first outing. Hopefully, they can continue that today, or we might actually see something very reminiscent of our first half, which is not a problem at all.
Not a problem as well, but for sure, again, I have some bit of attachment to some of the team series, especially on me, because of the fact that, again, been really getting in talks with Master Demo and how the state of Naraka Blade Point has been here in the Southeast Asia region, APAC region. He says that it is such a new region that power levels have really yet to be acknowledged. Like for maybe some games, you would say, like, let's say, man, this is probably a really bad example, like TSM way back when in North America, right? So one of the juggernaut is organizations for esports. No, it's just like that, right? But we haven't really established that fully just yet here in Naraka Blade Point, just because of the fact that it's still not even a year old. There's still so much to learn right now. There's great teams that maybe came in like within 3 months of the game's inception that look really strong, but now coming into, let's say, half a year, other teams are coming in here. They're understanding the meta a lot more. They have stretch strategies that can work in almost any scenario. And right now, some of these other teams that are getting outshone really need to step up. And one of those has to be on me.
Yeah, that's right. And I guess at the moment, teams have been very, very keen on, well, I wouldn't say abusing, but capitalizing on their window of ults. Again, there's not a lot of fights when there aren't any ults up. They're just really ultimate dumping on a lot of these things, especially with the Tanhai, Titan's Call, the Valdeki, maybe a little more defensive this time around. Viper Ning's ult has also been used in incredibly clutch situations. We have yet to see the full extent of how a Temok ult can really impact the playing field. But yeah, again, with all those things being tossed around with as much CC as we can, there's not a lot of room for individual mechanical play to shine as of the moment. But then again, you are a team. You are greater than the sum of the, your individual parts. And I like that. I really like that. Although it is really funny sometimes when one player just gets wailed on by a different, like a full team. But on a footnote, I don't like TSM. You know, all you TSM fans out there, you can go away. I'm kidding. Yeah. But again, guys, just so excited. A lot of banter getting exchanged here. Asar, are you a TSM fan?
I mean, I've been a follower ever since like they got their first esports team, like way back 2009, 2010. It's not like a super fandom or something, but I've been attached to the brand for a while. Even though I don't have any merch on me, because I didn't have money back then. But even now, I don't want to pay for shipping, so like whatever.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like I said, guys, and like we said, Naraka could be the foothold for a lot of these emerging orgs from our region. Sure. EVOS has already started, spreading its wings in other titles. What else? What are the other big names that we have here at Naraka that could potentially flower into, or rather Full blossom? Full Sense is one of them. Oh my goodness, right? Full Sense. By the way, again, yet another juggernaut in the making. What else am I trying to say here? It's basically this is so healthy for esports in general. This is probably one of the most unique battle royales we have on the market. It's a mix of a fighting game, it's a mix of a BR, and the sensibilities of all of them. Well, unless of course you get curb stomped when there's only one of you and three of them, and that's more of a please don't beat me up kind of scenario.
Yeah, I would also like to probably point the fact that specifically to Naraka Blade Point, the devs have done a really good job at being in tune with the community. Because you know how some games, they just probably like not listen to their community and just do whatever they want. And because of how good the game is, people will still have a following, but it has like a bittersweet kind of relationship. I think for Naraka, it's such a rare thing to see them really laser pointing on even just the tiniest aspects. Like right now, we can see such a continuous stream of patches being thrown into the game just because of new items being thrown out. Maybe this character's just being a bit too ridiculous in this part of the patch. Next patch, they're gonna just tone it down a little bit. They're really trying to create a nice little balance for everything to be fair to use. And again, one of the biggest examples I think has to be like the dagger or something. It was really ridiculous way back when. It still is really good right now, but not as good as it was before. We had the new hero again, the general,
Yushan.
Yeah, Yushan, who's already, been hit a little bit with the balance patch. Anyways, game number 1 is underway already for B and D. So the back door goes. A while ago it was aircon, now it's back door. Get it? Because B and D.
If you guys cannot see my face, I am stone cold with my gaze right now as Asarai is trying to hit me with the blue focus. But oh wow, NDQA having a fat stack of loot right here with him on Temple. But yeah, I'll talk about the balance a little bit. Again, Tianhai is probably one of the most difficult to balance because in solos he's not super popular, and it's even evident when he's alone, even in Titan form. It's kind of easy to kite him. It's not the hardest thing in the world to do. It does look like we will see a bit of a brawl between TM and RP as Asbon will get the first frag on the board. Akame doesn't look too good here. The terrain isn't even helping him. Oh, and that's unlucky. It put him in the climbing animation as he tried to get up, try to avoid the Okizami. It does look like, oh, on me. There's a bit of a switch up in their comp. Now they're running the Yoto Hime, the Kurumi, if I'm not mistaken, and the Viper Ning, a little bit more conforming to our current meta, as OC's Penguinese is kind of getting wailed on too. Oh no!
Yeah, can't really do too much to the parry now, can he? And that's going to be all said and done. Yotahime, probably one of, again, I keep just praising the name of this character. If you guys, well, I'm pretty sure obviously everybody knows what this is. I've used her in the other game, which is Omyaji Arena. There we go. The MOBA on the phone. That's where I started playing. I know there's like another one, which is just like Omyaji RPG, I think, but I never played that. Yeah, oh, really good stuff. Ish. Oh, good disengage with the Divine Bell, creating some space, tries to go wrap around. Thupnef is just down for the count. And TGE here, they got themselves a nice little space of transition, but yeah. This fight's not yet ended. RP already using that Nether Nightmare and has been right answered, followed up by his teammate Asbon with the Titan. CJ's, can he actually get out of this one? Answer that is a big resounding no as his body thrashes into the ground, bones breaking. And that's going to be a couple of kills onto the side of RP. They got all the advantages that they want. And it seems like Alex has not yet really done with chasing down some of these kills, but it seems like they want to disengage as they might have smelled another team joining in onto the fray here.
And once again, WCL not having the greatest start in the world here. Does look like Dame is going to pop that Viper Ning ult, and Asbon will escape by the skin of his teeth. But the same cannot be said with by Kai's, but here we are. The backup, Dame has to disengage here. Does have just a tiny bit of armor. That full focus attack is going to hit. But what's even better is that beautiful Nether Nightmare landing on a lot of those players. Genji finds Asbon, and that's going to spell death for Asbon. I think that's going to be the entirety of RP, at least majority of them, as Kai's is looking to slither away. WCL is looking over if they want to commit to this fight, but KGM looked a little too geared up to be aggressed as of the moment. But yeah, we were talking about balancing. Tianhai really not that strong alone, as we can see NDQA getting wailed on by on me. It does look like one of their scrolls did expire, but a beautiful vertical there. Getting chopped up as Frostivus, and that's going to be the first life getting expended. Slows an NDQA though. They look incredibly healthy as BE to dominate yet another set of matches today. WCL's CJSSS finds one. looks to nab another before his Titan form runs out. And not a lot of shots connecting onto Klaus, but still enough of a deterrent to make him disengage, as Ling won't let him do that. Genji and Dame are here though. But oh no, this was not the plan. This was not the plan. Do not run into the Titan form. Nearly getting slammed twice too. But of course, the vulnerability frames post transition is not going to work to WCL's advantage here, as this is looking like an even fight. The Divine Bell is going to create a little bit of space, but CJSS, beautiful blue focus, landing and hitting Dame here. KGM already operating on a deficit. Beautiful dodge there by CJ, but no, Dame with a follow-up. Blue focus once more, but the Dragon Slayer hits him on the ground. Couldn't even get up to guess. WCL survived yet another onslaught.
Wow, WCL is just, as you mentioned, is just kind of keeping themselves afloat, even though it looked incredibly on dire straits. I don't know how that kind of happened, but it just did. SZ, okay, Dark Knight. It's not gonna be Batman, but it's gonna be someone else. Trying to whip past a couple of these whippersnappers as they try to come through. Oh yeah, that's not gonna be somebody you can flung up against your super macho with your Titan form. He does get one though. It's gonna be a good little pickup. No follow-up with damage first, just going to be the slam, and Gump. Oh no, I'm pretty sure he probably disconnected. Yeah, he's just easy pickings right there. They know what's up. They're just gonna wail on the one first. That's literally just a free kill here now for SZ. If they drop the ball on this, that is a huge deficit. Ominous Blade has been used by the Altahime. Create a bit of pressure here. Lightspeed is doing the best that he can, and it works. Gump and the rest done and dusted. And here we go for another fight. We do get ourselves one of the only Filipino team in this tournament, PHI, on our screens.
That's right, and PHI have been pretty, consistent with their macro game. It does look like Mad Koala still on crossbow duty, as Loves is going to look at a distance, looking at mines as he melts. Loves, though, is trying to recover as much HP as he can, but TM seems like they have a bit more of an issue here as they run into the fresh WCL. Akame, although he does have a purple greatsword equipped, doesn't have the armor and doesn't really have the space to heal. And as soon as I say that, he does get discovered by his fellow Tian High player in the form of CJ, though. And a little bit of a duel might ensue between these two. The Binding Prayer has been spent as well, just keeping the team of WCL just a tiny bit healthier. But Akame, he finds CJS. The damage is ringing. He gets tossed up. The Divine Bell is going to save him from the Oki situation, but the tech catch on that by Akame is masterfully done. But this Ominous Blade Asteroid's doing so much damage. So much damage. But what does it matter when you get caught by the Titan? Oh my goodness, TM.
I don't know what WCL is doing there. They were just kind of slashing mid-air and technically becoming much easier grab targets for Akame's Titan. You saw that, right? Like, you saw the tech grab after the Divine Bell made it easy for the Titan to get the grab, to get the grapple, to get the yoink. And then the other one followed right after, kind of a similar situation. And Akame, he doesn't shy away from easier pickings with that. When it's so hard against other teams that just keep dodging, now that they try to engage, it kind of backfired in their face. Different team coming into our perspective here, but this is just pure mess already as big fights coming through. Akame dodged that one, gets a second kill. Really good job. Far off from his ultimate for the moment, but he's not done just yet. Reloads the weapon, goes back straight into the fight, and TM again still. Oh, beautiful shots from Akame. You don't see that every day. Did you get the knockdown with a musket?
That's right, and Vern there just kind of got taking a nap. Does look like TM is going to be healthy for the second time around, as there is yet another team on the horizon. I think they're trying to spawn each other out. The Bane Breath is going to run out very soon, so that cover is not going to last very long. We're going to check out Bamboo here as NDQA. Usually the last survivor gets taken down first with Unique. Trying to gatekeep YG here. And beautiful Ominous Blade does a number on YG. The armor restoration from the Sacred Circle is helping Slows by a lot. He even gets the regeneration of health. YG have done a great job of not funneling into that entrance, and I think they realize the damage has been done. They're down one member. Although NDQA is back up, his loot is not looking too sharp. But Slows, not true to his name, is already making a very, very fast chase here. As Stuck is going to be the last member on this YG squad, at least in this formation, right? Trying to grapple away as quickly as he can. But we might have to find out about that a little bit later as we're going to look at Sunset on OS. Fighting PH1. Yeri and Mad Koala get slammed down together. And that is going to be Yeri out of contention. Mad Koala is also playing with the Gates of Hell right now. So low. And Boss M, the lone monk on his mission to try and res his team, might not fulfill this mission. He does get the beautiful anti-air on Sun. But his HP, if it's not going to be the Shadow Corruption, it's going to be the players to take it. And there we go. The leader of the Group D just kind of getting annihilated there. Still, we have a bit of a fight between YG and Bamboo as this the fighting once again has started. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any breaks anytime soon.
Thucknaft, he had his Ominous Blade just barely available, but couldn't really roll back to use it. Quite unfortunate. And Bamboo here, even though TG just still kept the pressure, still wanted to force the issue, they were the ones that have to go back to the drawing board. Rather unfortunate and unforeseen turn of events there, as Bamboo still showed to us why they're the top team in Group B. RP, okay, Render Project, slowly but surely building up a sizable gear loadout, as Asbon now has that, again, that purple spear. Alex got the gold shield, looking at least quite decent for them. And they're right across SZ, who they look straight eye to eye, and they do engage onto the fight. If ever it does get a bit too hairy here, Asbon can always use his ultimate just in the nick of things. We can't see Shipwreck Expanse is where that circle is going to be going to. But back into the fight. Okay, another Nightmare has been activated already. Lightspeed is already low, and RP, they don't even have to bat an eyelash too much, because now SZ is just kind of just diving right in front of them. Dark Knight now has to be forced to use the Vajra, but Asbon also does the same in response. And unfortunately, Dark Knight trying to swipe through opponents here can't really do anything. And he's just a second late with whatever he wanted to do. There was one in front of him, but he tried to go for the long grab. Then he wanted to go for the swipe grab, and then already his target was far away. Not really the smartest of decisions right now from SZ. They back away. They're down for the count. But looking into this one, Raph, Bamboo come in to spoil the day for Render Project. And this team, they look so well already, but they're being broken down, shattered by Bamboo Esports.
That's right. You know what? I feel like the adjustment to the spears to avoid getting one-shot by the Dragon Slayer, because that is such a powerful full charge horizontal. But then again, it's pretty hard to land. SZ, though, they look to engage onto Bamboo as they were the opportunistic vultures of this situation. Unique does get caught in a knockdown situation, but beautifully recovered there. Beautiful parry as well. Dark Knight quickly recovers his weapon. But what would it really matter in this, as the NDQA is already kiting them, trying to be the long-range DPS as light speed very, very low on health. The Ominous Blade is going to chop her in half, and it does look like Bamboo. They assert dominance once more. Dark Knight returns to the shadows with all this damage going his way, and you can just see the hive mind of Bamboo is absolutely fantastic. QE is trying to finish off Slashdown here, as he is going to fall over the side of the hill. And it does look like they are going to be pretty healthy when it comes to the loot. Now, just a quick overview again, guys. If we missed it in the map preview earlier, there was a Moru's Blessing. I'm not entirely sure if a team has already got that. But once again, we know how those crate weapons work. We know how they really change the team's playstyle. No matter what you get, if you get the Blood Ripper, the Flame Breath, literally anything. Your team can be as defensive as they can. Anytime anybody jumps into you, they are going to be in a world of hurt. As QE and the rest of the boys here, they're about to enter one of the more, I would say, peaceful stretches of the game here. We're not going to see a lot of action up until the 10 to 12 minute mark, as the teams are just kind of gearing up for position now. But I could be lying. It does look like Vern are already on that Moru's Blessing. Maybe a team could potentially challenge this, but we'll have to wait and see.
Team 16 now on that transition. Vern and the rest, I don't think they were able to successfully really fight any squads per se here. Looking quickly into it, they're not really near anyone else as of the moment. They might be maybe leering somewhere towards TM, but I could be wrong there. TGE back into the play. Rip 113 and the rest of his squad. Now they're inside the safe zone here. They're waiting for anybody to just kind of follow up afterwards. That corruption is there. Rip 113 wants to pick up some good little good bits of mods if he can. Rethan as well as Ish now on some gold soul jade, which is good. It's going to amp up their ability to fight once more. And so far, so good. But looking into this, we've kind of accumulated a good amount of bodies being taken down by the rest of the team. Again, just reminding you guys as well that you can enjoy a nicely exclusive gift code from us to you. Naraka SEA1124. Put it up right now into your game and enjoy the extra little goodies that you have for being a good sport and watching the stream here. Now, really, Ref, I want to see if Onmi is actually still alive, because we saw them get wiped the first time. I'm not sure if that was the second time that they also got wiped. Now, this is also another team to definitely watch out for. Quince loves such a fantastic player, I would say, as well, or Mines, excuse me. But it seems like they just want to disengage and not really commit to this one. Not sure why. Maybe they're just trying to look for a better position. But as they try to do so, Bamboo is right in front of them. And they're looking to fight. They're looking to make something happen. But Mines is already taking some damage and already has to heal right back up. And Bamboo realizes this. They're now looking to charge right in.
That's right. Again, just a little bit of long-range poke here on the side of Quince is Bamboo. I like this decision making by Bamboo. They understand that there is another Morus very, very close. The gold musket is going to spend a little bit of downtime here as NDQA is going to be reloading. And, oh man, that Morus is actually completely uncontested. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to get from that, though. But either way, it's going to be incredibly beneficiary for them. If I'm not mistaken, this final circle could be one of the one that closest near Celstra. Just a bit of a prediction there. But either way, if we do get into a situation where there's going to be a lot of cover, it's really going to cut the value of the Titan's Call in half, because it really works so well in all these open spaces where you can just kind of spam your long-range grabs. And it does look like NDQA, speaking of long-range spam, doesn't need to be in Titan form to do so, as Rathan and the boys over at TG are responding in kind. This time, though, it's NDQA getting hit by that Soul Jade upgrade that ignores armor. He does get healed up. But yeah, this is gonna go on for another minute or two. But there is another Moru's Blessing, sorry, so that's something that we have to kind of pay attention to.
I'm trying to do so now if we can. TGE, really good shots there from NDQA. Now that he has that powerful musket in his arsenal, can really deal damage at a range here. 113, he has the lesser musket, so to speak, but it's still fine. It's still good. Impunity, on the other hand, again, another organization that has dipped their toes into the Naraka Blade Point esports, hasn't really fully gone, or come full swing, excuse me. Struggling to just trying to get any kind of foothold, any kind of success in the matches that they had from yesterday. So wondering if they can at least find something today. Simpson was probably the only one that really stood out for the rest. They're now engaging into the fight here outside of the Shadow Corruption. And that might not be the wisest of decisions right now, because there's a lot of teams in the line of Twilight Crimsons being expended in this particular fight. Still, though, Impunity have already racked up a body count here with 2 kills. But there's another squad just waiting at the precipice of that safe zone. WCL chasing. But thankfully enough for Impunity here, Nero has a big fat wall to kind of separate himself against the onlookers. Ling Huagdo has to just back away, very low in HP, healing back up, and his teammates think would not really be set for them. If anybody just waits, they would be annihilated. And speaking of annihilation, Bamboo Esports coming in to spoil the day from Impunity, who just wanted to get out of that heated spot.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, this is gonna be an awkward few circles here. It's gonna be a pretty rocky terrain, but WCL, they look to be pretty healthy, as Bamboo look unscathed too. They've been pretty consistent this map around, and that's something we've come to expect from them. Possibly getting into this, or rather into the playoffs as the favorites, but we still do have one more day of group stage, as this is not where they want to be. This is the Valley of Death here, already priming the Scale Rush, but using it to get a little bit more elevation, as Unique will land a bit of a shot, and it's actually slows with a Swarmer. And he does have a dagger in hand too if things get a little too close for comfort. But Bamboo, they have the choice to just kind of find high ground, let the teams fight, let the Swarmer do a lot of the work. He even has a lot of repair kits. So they're doing this for the long haul here. The biggest problem they have is QE's long range potential with all those bows and muskets that we saw. And it does look like there's going to be a bit of a brawl engaging near the hut here, near the house. Another Morus is coming too. The question is that, or rather being imposed as of the moment, is Bamboo really going to contest this, or are they going to use it as bait for all this ranged weaponry they have?
Your assistance is noted.
You can't really do too much with it now. I think it's because they're just at the low ground, so there's just too many obstacles that block the swarms from coming in and actually hitting the mark multiple times to be anything more than just a bit of a slight nuisance. So RIP 113, the rest of TGE, they don't really have to be afraid of the long-range capacity that Bamboo technically has just because of that particular fact. And they're down and fine here. Seemingly in the blink of an eye, Raph, we're already looking at this server halved up. There's a little wall run for RIP 113. I don't really see too many wall runs right here. It's all about the movement. But you know what? That's just goes to show the depth that that Naraka Blade Point has. But getting back into it, as I mentioned, half of the server already gone in just a fairly bit. Actually, we've seen a bit of action, but for the most part, it's been calm compared to the last series that we just witnessed. But this could be the one that really sets the tone. As down to 18, as I mentioned, a lot of teams already being condensed, squeezed in to bump heads with each other. And NDQA, he's wanting to fight TM right now, right across them.
And if you guys missed that, I think SZ is going to be down a member now. Akame and the rest of TM are going to be taking a little bit of damage here, both from the corruption and both from the gatekeeping team. As QE, they're struggling to continue oppressing from the high ground. Meanwhile, we still have Bamboo over yonder in impunity as well. But it is going to be a full-out brawl as the Zephyr Prison is going to come out. Mines and Banks not looking too good right now. They have to queue back in. But Akame, they seem to have positioned themselves back on top of this. Still trying to hit them with that stone form with a greatsword. But it's been cancelled quite a few times as OS's soon looks to be a bit of a spoiler here. Although he cancels his Titan form, is forced to recover as much armor as he can. And it does look like Bamboo is going to be in a bit of a scuffle too as they see a weakened TM. They try to jump on the opportunity. But if they can't get a quick down here, then obviously they're going to have to pull back out. And that is probably enough to dissuade them from committing to this. And everybody's just kind of scrambling back for position. TM, they've kind of held on for now. But the circle, it's only getting smaller and smaller. There's only 30 seconds up until this becomes an all-out stranglehold for all these teams.
And that's why you're probably seeing none of them really want to pull the trigger first. Again, it's kind of suicidal to do that, right? When you commit to a fight, you're basically committing your resources, your full HP to be diminished. And if you make the mistake of actually not winning that fight in less than, let's say, like 30 seconds, there's another team that's going to be just swinging out wide to spoil the date for you. Speaking of which, though, Quince is the one to be at the receiving end of grunts of damage, and they're trying to just like hide in this corner, and Loves is doing the best that he can to block all the damage while his team tries to escape into the corner here. But it's really not going to be as good as he would want to. Now, interesting enough, yeah, I was wondering, he got himself one hook, or maybe two, but he only gets the one. Still, it's going to be fine because that one was one of the Bamboo guys finally battered and shattered. That's gonna be a huge undertaking here, and Bamboo answers in kind. Actually, it wasn't a knockdown just yet. I think Bamboo might have actually, or NDQA might have actually been able to fling out his Titan Call before he got knocked out. But even so, the zone's closing in, the walls all around them are collapsing, and they cannot find any breathing space, any solace in this fight as TM comes in to spoil the day even further for Bamboo. WCL, TM, still quite healthy, but that's going to be all she wrote for the Bamboo team. Down to 8 players remaining here, and it seems like it's a squad-on-squad violence. The chase is on. TM is the cat, WCL is the mouse, and they're taking such big precautions into this fight. Scratch that. It's not 2 squads remaining. It's actually 3. TGE on the high ground.
That's right, and if you guys missed that, I think that was a collective effort on Bamboo, the Ominous Blade, and the last-minute Binding Prey to save NDQ, but like Aster I mentioned, could not be enough to save them from this multi-team scuffle. And Rip113 just kind of using that gold focus to keep himself a little safer from all the poke. He's a little separated from his team as of the moment, but TM, they look to try and close the gap between them and the center. There is one wrap here. There's only 7 players alive. Rip113 and both Akame have no armor. Somebody has to pop something. The Sacred Circle has been down. The Titan's Call has been answered too. Akame finds Ethan. Can he find another for the slam? Ethan's not even getting focused down. Not enough at least. The CC, that's a little unoptimized, but it doesn't matter. That's enough to take him out of the fight. Nearly gets Ish, but Rip113 here, using that Ominous Blade, gets sniped out of the air. Still, not a lot of damage, but he gets 2! That is Rip113 down into the dust as Ish is trying to escape with half of his health left. One more grab, and this could spell doom for TGE. TM, they clutch this out.
That was so huge for TM. They could actually make it happen, but now Ish has come back in retaliation, trying to get his yoink, and we're getting ourselves a little bit of a BBQ here as Ish sets it up with the Flamebringer. Now TM, they've had enough. They're just committing to the fight right now. TGE trying to get a revive, but it only has actually made them vulnerable to TM's collapse onto the fight, and that should be that. 3 versus 1 remaining. Who's the last person standing? It's CJ's. Oh, this is bad. He does not have the juicy loot to make this possible. He could have maybe a happy birthday here, Raph, where he hits like 3 people all at the same time with his greatsword. It does deal a ridiculous amount of damage in such close spacing, but the problem is he's up against Damatari. That means that she can just blink out of that sticky situation, not be followed up by the combos, and CJ's, he's knocking on the door. Is anybody answering? Only one grabbed and grabbled. But it's not going to be enough. He tries to follow through, and that's going to be about that. It's only the waiting game right now for TM here, and, well, they should be able to win this. A CJ is 1 hit. That's it. And game number 1 taken by TM.
TM run the Matari Temulk and Tian High Cop. Again, bit of an extra flavor here that's keeping the crowd entertained. Congratulations for that big dub as TM try to build a bit of a foundation for themselves too. And I guess it's as expected to see these teams trying to slow it down just a tiny bit. They've been vying for a lot more position, a lot more loot heavy. I mean, of course, there's always going to be loot heavy strats, right? But yeah, we've been seeing a lot more hit and run tactics. This Matari finally gets the dub, and I guess everybody's happy about that.
I'm pretty sure I am as well. Like, that was something. So TM, okay, I got the kill score right here. TM had an accumulative of 21 kills, the highest of the entire server. Next one to follow them from the looks of it is Bamboo with 17 kills, and then everybody is like around 6-7 kills in total per team, maybe 9. But you can really see the change here. Bamboo, even though they did get knocked out slightly earlier than probably what they would have expected. Again, this is it feels like the original Bamboo team. They got the original Bamboo flavor as they still rack up a body count. That's the way that they go, and that's the way that they end in that first game.
Yeah, and again, just a lot of Man, how else were you supposed to put this, right? Just the consistency of these teams have been pretty much present throughout both these days. There's not a lot of variation, to be honest with you guys, but the consistency is really what they're looking for. Again, it's a long circuit. They want to get as many points as they can, and they've been doing just about that to a T as well. We did see a little bit of a resurgence to some of the teams that we did highlight, like On Me. They did have a bit of a better performance here, but like Astray mentioned, they kind of need to warm up just a little bit more to be a bit more competitive.
Yeah, what's kind of the problem there is time's running out, to be honest. Like, we only have, again, 2 more days for them, and they were, what, at the start of this tournament around, or at the start of this day number 2, they were around, if I'm not mistaken, like 16 points, and we have already teams that are reaching like 150. So there really is, like, for the other teams here, the light at the end of the tunnel, it's getting smaller and smaller, to say at the least. With players like, with teams like TM as well as Bamboo, just like taking a good chunk of the entire server. Not a lot of these teams can really stack right back up even if they want to. But we'll see how that goes. And kind of answering some of the other questions here. We talked about, you know, On Me. They're top 12 with 3 kills. Another team that was pretty much looking strong from yesterday's matches that kind of dropped the ball on today is PHI, where they had 6 kills but at top 14. So again, points not really looking to be the hottest here for some of our teams right now. So really goes to show as well that there really is that adjustment period for some, but others are just like so prepared and they have the set strategies to make things work. And teams like TM really do know how to kind of set the tone, set the pace for this day number 2.
Yeah, speaking of set plays, I really love that bailout on NDQ. They used the Ominous Blade. Considering that it has no wall collision, they used it while I think it was Lowe's that was stuck in the hut. NDQ did get grabbed, but the bailout was there. So again, the last second binding prayer just to keep him alive that tad bit more. But everybody had the initiative to collapse on them. They already have been running away with as many points as they can. They are doing their best to kind of stifle that already impressive advance.
I don't know how they're going to be able to get through this, man. It seems like it's going to be such a difficult thing. But still, we do have 2 more games to go. The action still goes underway here at the Naraka Blade Point Top Clans 2021. I think we're going to be shown the scores right now from that game number 1. And here we go. Ooh, wow. TM 38.6. Way above the rest on Group D. For Group B, though, it's a little bit more fair. BE 27.5, quite respectable. Oasis, we actually saw got a couple of fresh little kills. I believe that was Vern and the rest of the squad. 13.6. WCL with 12.6. At the bottom of the barrel, we got YG and On Me with 3.8 and 1.6 respectively. So, yeah, again, some of these teams really struggling. Caldogs, though, look at that, 0.5, man. Like, they didn't even get like a single like whole number. It's decimals. It's decimals.
It's brutal, dude. The point system that we have, it's absolutely brutal. And that's just a testament to the standards that the Winter Invitational upholds. Again, such great stuff, great games we're seeing. And the thing is, guys, even though we see YG and KLDS on the bottom here, or honestly any of these teams that are in the top 4, they've been putting up a great fight. If you look at the eye test alone, they're still being incredibly competitive. And I'm just here to reinforce the fact that these are the very best players of the region, just making their mark. But yeah, Bamboo Esports, although we did see them fall early, to nobody's surprise, they still have 27.5 points. I really think this has been all those sneaky kills that they've been getting. They've been doing a good job of displacing the stragglers and getting all those precious pressure placement points and kill points to themselves. But everybody else, Oasis, we didn't see a great showing from them in the previous day, but now they've stepped up. Same with WCL. TGE, who was in close second, could have potentially closed the gap here. I think they have 90 points now, but TM is really the big exclamation point here. 38 points. 38 points.
And to kind of add to what you were mentioning there, Yeah, just to add as well, it might be the strategy of Bamboo because they know that they're a team that just can win in 3v3 and squad v squad matchups. So they waste no time to actually go for that fight, right? And if they see a squad, usually they can't really escape. Their opponents really can't escape that kind of oppression and chase from Bamboo. Anyways, got the highlights ready for you guys. And when we come back, game number 2, we'll see how this goes. Lots of teams really need to step up here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
持ってった外に持ってったやはり get the charge left click can see that
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
Stepping back into the realm here. Game no run concluded, and we saw in that standby screen that TM is looking quite comfortable for from Group D. 71.2 points in total, followed up by PHI with 51, KGM with 30, and LHW with 22.9. While on the other end, Bamboo Esports, similar with their sister team, 100 points above, 112 to be exact, just from that first game here in the second day. So all looking good for these particular teams, but everyone else gotta step up again. With the other ones still haven't even hit like 30-point margin mark. That's yeah, that's I know, right? Your face says it all. They need to step up. Oh, I believe
I got hit by the Enigma lockdown again, but no. What I was saying, it is a little worrying. Because again, looking at these teams, we did really love the show that they put on, and it's just so sad to see them kind of fall from grace. But just another quick recap: Bamboo Esports definitely holding a vice grip on that top spot. That is not gonna disappear anytime soon. Meanwhile, on the side of, I think that was what, Group B, or was it Group D? PHI down by 20 points now from the leaderboard, which is once again nobody's surprised since TM. How on earth did they manage to get 38 points? That's pretty nuts.
Quite unstoppable, to be honest there. But you know what? It's still not the end of things. We still have 2 more rounds to go. Again, I think the first game that we had quite actually straightforward. Aside from maybe just Bamboo Esports always looking to spoil a fight, join in any way that they can before the final signals comes in. Other teams were just doing their own thing. Anyways, game number 2 going underway. Let's get into it, guys. See where we go. Is it going to be TM and Bamboo here doing the same thing, repeating what they've done on game number 1, or will someone else follow up? Again, as I mentioned, we have 16 teams in total here, and 6 of the teams that we have right now have only gotten about 30 points or below. When other teams are hitting like 100 points, that's not really something to be happy about.
That's right. And talk about being unhappy. Oh my goodness. Another full charge horizontal is really ruining the day of YG here, as Jiro is going to be the last person alive. They still have that resurrection beat if they choose to do it, but being awfully this close to the resurrection altar, with RP kind of camping them out already. But here we have Amplexus on me, getting the same story as well. Beautiful right clicks. But does manage to survive. As soon as I say that, he gets hit by a jumping vertical, or rather a jumping horizontal. My bad. The directions, they confuse me. But Frostivus showing his mechanics here, nearly getting a happy birthday with that. But it's actually Rampy to save the day, as Akame is going to just buy a little time to heal up. Pampy as well has done a great job of escaping, getting a few Soul Jades to his name too, hopefully helping his cause. But Demo and Frostivus, it does look like they want to disengage here, as they are a little disconnected from Amplexus. So taking a fight as of the moment isn't really the best thing they can do. They did get a bit of a freebie with that scroll, so at least they have a bit more respite and hopefully better armor. Soul Jades aren't that bad of an option either, but Winterfell getting ganged up upon by KGM looks to be their first kill of the day, and that they are. The rest of his squad too will be joining to try and resurrect, but Dame is going to be pretty healthy here. WCL though, look, they're just over the horizon.
There's some incredible armaments already they can use here. Thankfully, Klaus, of course, uses the F, Bubbles, to dissuade his oppressors, his chasers, to actually go in on him. Oh, the full charge on the focus attack. That was wishful thinking. Come on, Klaus. That's not going to happen. Somebody's going to try to deny you there. And he might have actually just given up himself to get knocked out. But thankfully enough, he does have his ultimate here. Nether Nightmare sets it for the rest of his team, and the damage to follow through. Ooh, boy, as KGM tries to deny WCL any form of hope here. But I gotta be honest, WCL actually still not, or KGM not in the best of things, because they're actually low in terms of HP. Linwa, he just escapes barely behind that tall little pillar. But his teammates, even though they got a good chunk of armor, they still are getting picked up by the Titan. Genji, amazing job just to keep everybody contained within the palm of his hand. The follow through by WCL though is to use the Ominous Blade to just shove everybody to a different corner here, but it's not working out too well now. Guagdo, what's the follow through? He was looking at a focus attack there and immediately throws out his F just so that he can heal back up. And he does have the ability to go up to full. CJ's is already down. B needs some help here right now, and we go to another team fighting for their lives.
That's right, Penguinese is going to fall here as the rest of OC try to salvage the situation. But Asbon looks to secure this wipe with that Titan call. And he actually gets, well, nearly gets Samael. Samael has to make a gracious exit here. Otherwise, that could spell death for the rest of OC. At least with him alive, they have a bit of a chance to kind of regroup and recuperate. But he's still in the thick of things here. Still dodging. Asbon, I'm pretty sure he's pretty upset with this now. They look to disengage like, you know what? This is not worth our time anymore. We got what we wanted. And their armor situation too is not the greatest. OC looks to fight yet again. Meanwhile, YG scouting around, looking over whatever resources they can find. And Samael actually gets first blood here, or rather the first touch on Alex, but a big knockdown. Can't get any of the tech rolls out there. But Asbon does have a gold katana. That Divine Bell is going to keep him alive just a tiny bit, but Samael's dagger is a little too swift, a little too quick. Kai's looking to escape with his life. And OC, they turn it around. Net a few points for themselves too.
Goes to show how strong Samael is on that dagger. Doesn't even need to use his Titan to make anything happen. Impunity, on the other hand, oh, this is a big one. They're up against Bamboo. They actually get the stun via the Twilight Crimson. The follow through, a little bit lackluster as NDQA was taking a good brunt of the damage. They do have the heal from the Karumi, so NDQA is just fine and dandy with that one. They're just moving the rest of the pack here as they are caught in the middle of a war zone. Impunity in the front, another squad from the back, if I'm not mistaken here, and they're just trying to reposition as much as they can. One right in front, Simpson trying to run for dear life, but there's just 3 targets right in front, but Nero clutches with the Nether Nightmare. Follow up, or is it just for the delay? Looks like that's going to be for the latter. Still, they do try to fight this one, but they have incurred the wrath of the big blades from the Yoto Hime, and Chicken is sliced and diced, turn into a sandwich, gobble it all up, enjoy the meal, because now Bamboo has just taken another squad as their victim. YG, though, near the premises, looking to engage as Bamboo is trying to heal back up.
That's right. Amazing utility there from the F3 of Bamboo, but Bamboo could not be long for this world, but Impunity's Nero seems to think otherwise. He wants to disengage from this. There is YG right on the very top of this ridge. They don't want both Impunity and Bamboo to get up here. It's only Corruption 1. Damage isn't going to be that bad, but still that's going to be Vitalia lost and resources relinquished as Kai is still running away. OC, they are unrelenting in this chase. I think they got an inkling of where he was, but it does look like RP's Kai could have given them the slip. Penguinese, though, using this scroll as info, potentially could be marking that, Kai's. But once again, guys, things have taken a bit of a slower turn here, and as I mentioned that, it does look like Phi are engaged, or rather PH1 are engaged in a bit of a duel as Winterfell will fall and will melt. And team number 16 is out of contention. PH1, though, looking to gather as many points as they lost, as Akame is kind of hobbling with a third of the HP left. The Divine Bell is there, can't be saved, that's a guaranteed combo, but the Clash saves him! Oh my goodness, not long enough though. QE's Minds looking to scuffle with Nael. Nael, that's dead too. They are still kind of close to that Resurrection Altar, but it does look like they have bigger problems in the form of Pampy and Akame, but they look to exit the area, not wanting to brawl it out even more.
Well, they can if they do decide to do so. Loves is actually low, so they might, as you mentioned, just take a bit of a chill pill, so to speak, looking into another fight. This was YG, though, I believe, near Bamboo. And yeah, that's actually the squad that they were fighting up against. Ganging up hard on Unique, who hasn't really been thwarted as of the moment. Lobat, if he wanted to do so, yeah, I was just about to point it out, Twilight Crimson is up and running, available. Retaliation will be the ominous blade, but Bamboo rocked in a hard place. The tether wasn't really detached, so all YG now has to do is follow up. They've isolated Bamboo once again. Unique in a 3 versus 1. His teammate cannot follow up on him, and this is the perfect time for YG just to kind of close things off now, finish off the rest of the opponents, and Slows, recognizing this fact, just immediately abandoned the fight and just back away. YG, they caught Bamboo in a very, very bad time. No ultimates was had, no anything was available just to kind of give them an edge in on that fight. And YG, again, perfect timing to go for that punish. Speaking of punishes, SZ, okay, up against one on me. Master Demo is out. That's, I believe, his last life, so he cannot get revived anymore without his own teammate. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Plexus is getting comboed outside in the Shadow Corruption with that little HP. He has nowhere else to go, and we are left with Frostivus to make things happen. But, I mean, that was just that. SZ back up to full. They were able to revive all their boys. Lightspeed Wayne as well as Dark Knight back into the fray once again. And on me, just a turnout that we are not expecting.
Yeah, I mean, once again, guys, the competition's so incredibly tight here as KGM look to do a bit of a chase here. I think they're looking for a catch as well. But it does look like they're just going to go for the shop. I think some of them still have the Bane Breaths available. Judging from their gold, Dame definitely has more than enough to pack some heat here. But it does look like they're not going to go for that now as the bee. Oh no, not the bee. Caught pollinating a little too far away from the hive and might actually get swatted out of the air here. Again, look to get yet another point and a beautiful finish there onto B. Unlucky for him. WCL, as many points as they did gather for the first game of the day, that the same story can't be said as of the moment. Time is kind of winding down, so we're kind of about to hit that slower mid game. Just within 5 minutes probably, but we still already have quite a few teams alive as QE look to fight TM here, but a little bit of a fight hut as QE loves looks to grapple on but gets hit by the Divine Bell. Akame's armor is really not in fighting condition, as that common armor is not the greatest in the world, but here we are. The Flamebringer bringing the heat, and Akame is surprisingly still surviving for as long as he can. Now is an Oki situation, but I think this is done and dusted for him. Doesn't even have Titan form, or even if he doesn't have enough time to really proc it. And TM, they lose a key member here, but YG, the Vultures this time around, look to chase a QE. But QE, they do have everything they need to turn, though. They have all the ults. I'm not entirely sure why they don't want to take that fight there. Probably for positioning reasons, but look at KGM. They are going right at it with CGE. KGM's Dane, though, he does narrowly avoid, or rather just completely avoid, that Nether Nightmare, as Ish is healing up as much armor as he can. Rip can't really do as much as he wants to when Genji has him. Genji has been incredibly accurate, but he gets absolutely chunked down. The Bane Breath burst absolutely wreaking havoc on this area. And Ish looting as safely as he can. KGM, this is not their day to fight, and this is not their fight to take. Ethan is still on the run, still on the chase. Meanwhile, over at RP, Kai is in OC. Yet another brawl here. Samael did catch the ulting Viper Ning, and that Kai is as good as dead here. Nearly gets tossed around, but they do get that bounty. They get the extra money if they ever choose to use it. But look at Cafe No Sugar, please let me go. And he finally does, but gets right back on. Like, you know what? No. And it does look like Babu are going to chime in for the lost points that they had. The repeating crossbow doing so much damage to Asbon. I think Asbon is as good as dead. But nope, he still has 3 bars left in that armor and a stick of health to try and escape with. At the top of that battalion now, son. Otherwise, you might die. He loves Eco Window with a massive, or a potentially massive stun. He gets 2. Mines and banks. And it doesn't matter. The stun doesn't last that long, apparently. Loves looks to grab. But it does look like it's going to be a Titan fight here, Aserai.
Titan fight. Biggest damage there, but Lugs at least making sure that his teammate's not gonna get smacked down in front of him. You know, he's not gonna let that happen while he's while he can at least counter. Oh, Echo Wind, that's a bit wishful thinking. Don't you think so? Don't follow through though, so he's gonna be fine. No big damage to be had. But both Titans have already been deformed, and now all lies down to how well Quint's mines here can actually deal damage. But as they have the combo, Great Sword plus the Katana, it's so damn difficult to actually go for it. One's fast, one's a bit slow. You can charge one up, but you can just keep on wailing with the other one. It's perfect things for Quints to make happen. And lo and behold, it's working out well for them. Quint mines is just damn low already. Lightspeed is joining in onto the fight, but Mines has activated his Bane Breath surging. And you know what this is. They just have to back away for the moment. Mines, not sure if he fat fingered that, but well, at least it maybe keeps him safe, especially with that Bane burst. What do you think?
Interesting choice indeed. I think he thought that there might have been one more player, but SE, despite having a big HP advantage here, they have to respect the Bane Breath here. But IMP's Nero has other business to tend to, as he is going to try and catch up to the Corruption. It is going to turn into Corruption 3, so it's not negligible anymore. Still another Revival Altar here, but not a lot of revives to go around for everybody. WCL are still kind of stuck outside our play area here. B, I think he might get rezzed Yeah, with full safety, but the amount of health he has to heal up, or rather expend that Vitalia as quickly as he can. Does use that Binding Prayer just to keep him topped up just for the moment, but I think they have to make a move here. As Ish and TGE, they find YG. They single out Jiro, and Jiro is dead. He's absolutely dead.
Like I just like point that out. And look at that.
He's dead.
There's a bit of a shopping market, a garage sale right in front of TGE. Oh, sir, this is just like for $5, $2 for you. Special deal. I was just collecting dust in the attic. I have no idea. I've never been to a garage sale. I know we don't have an attic here in the Philippines. The house right here in the But yeah, you know what? What's an addict here is people being addicted to the Tian house and the rush that you feel to being a big ass Titan. He doesn't have 4 arms; he has 6 arms. You know, he's better than Ben 10. So much better.
Jeez. But there are a lot of better situations here, as there is a kidnap ensuing on mines. Please let me go, Giant Titan, sir. But Dark Knight, this is not a position he wants to be in because he's getting outsped and not getting out-kited. Oh, but he does get a bit of freebie. Just unfortunate. That Bell is going to tank up one hit. No. The Unseen Wings is going to get popped by Light Speed, but it's not enough to keep Dark Knight out of the shadows. The light was a little too bright. Light Speed try to zoom away here. That teleport is definitely going to make him, or rather that blink is going to make him such a hard target for QE. But the Swarmer is already in the hands of TG, so they can kind of play this safe. If Penguin Knees gets hit by a big volley here, that is going to prompt every single player on TG to kind of jump on him. Does look like they're a little preoccupied on chasing yet another player, but they are kind of crossing into no man's land, and that is going to be the last of Light Speed as SZ is going to make a gracious exit in this map. And these teams, they're kind of loaded up. I think they're going to go for the position play now, Aserai. They're not going to overextend on any of the fights now, especially with the Swarmer in play. Everybody knows that. OC, they see that too. They're like, you know what, let them have it. Let's just try to play for Circle now.
Queens is actually one of the teams that, again, are in the top 4 for Group B. They're 3rd as of the moment, and they're showing to us why. OC, on the other hand, they're actually a team that requires them to try to still get into that top 4, and so far, so good, I would say. Now, Rip 113-ish and Than, believe this is a Vietnamese squad. I know Rip 113 is a famous streamer in his country. I can't remember if it's like Indonesia or Vietnam. I think it's Vietnam. But yeah, anyways, it's really cool to see like somebody like that, you know, being able to play to a really high level here. And people might say no in the chat, but to be frank, I mean, these are teams that were invited because they're good. And, you know, when you're up against like other teams that are as good as you might not seem, you know, as strong, but these are some really ridiculously strong players. You can really see the mechanics in any case, like their movements and whatnot, their decision makings on where they go. They might just get a little bit unlucky, a little bit of pace, but the skill is there. In any case, now down to 18. Oh yeah, sorry, go.
One thing people don't realize, no matter what the esport, no matter what the competition, if a player is having a bad game, it might look like he's bad compared to the other players, right? But again, this is something that people don't realize. He might look bad in front of the top 1%, but they're definitely amazing. Absolutely will roll the average Joe. So you guys, like, you know, keep down there. That's something that you might not expect, as Kais does have no armor to spare for this situation. That Swarmer is causing him so much problem. One more hit and RP is out of contention as he tries to spool away, and it's for Rathan. Finally nabbing him out of the air, and TGE, they have a very, very healthy position here. Even have a shop in front of them. They don't have enough gold. Ish does have, but I think they've expended all their Bane Breaths already, so that's wishful thinking. As OC, they try to find QE here. They already downed Lubs, and Lub's timer is ticking down. He sees Mines trying to go for a bit of a flag, and he's alerted his team. He's relayed that information. Hey guys, they're kind of trying to go for some cheeky here, and he goes for a bit of a swap. Still, OC looking really, really good right now.
Is Samuel gonna get yoinked? He's out in the open. No, he sees it in the horizon. I mean, Loves is a big boy. He can probably figure out that he's looking to just get one in, or get one grapple in before he de-tightens himself. Quince cannot really push through in front of them because an opponent is right behind, you have this big rock that is blocking a lot of the shots being thrown by KGM and the rest of the team there. But again, Quince, if they actually stay too long in this downhill position, they might not have the best of angles to kind of rotate to a different position. But they immediately just recognize it. I think they just wanted to get a little bit more items and whatnot, some sustenance before they start moving upwards, which is pretty smart. And KGM, also smart decision just to keep track of their opponents, not really charging right in, just keeping an eye on them, making sure they can track where they are, because there still is about 4 other teams waiting around the area here. And Quince, yeah, they finally found the other squad that was just kind of hiding in the brushes there. Mines knocked up perfect parries from Cafe No Sugar. You don't really see that coming out from him, but now he comes into play. Loves, where does that damage come from? Huge parry once again. It's parry for parry. 2 for 2. Samael trying to recover. Can they actually bring back their teammate? I believe they were able to do so. Smartly done, but OC cannot do the same. 1 or 2 squads right on the other side throwing some explosive ammunition, and they just immediately just bounce away. OC now just a little bit sad that they lost Samael in that fight and couldn't really do the same against their opponents. Now they're kind of screwed in that regard, but at least thankfully they still have 2 more players to try to work some magic before this game is over. Down to 14 we go.
Absolutely. Again, no Tian Hai last circle. Big sad. Big sad. But yeah, that was honestly such a fruitful jump by Quince there, taking out a would-be predator in the final circle, as Genji does not want to suffer the same fate here. Penguinese doesn't really want to commit to this either. Again, the circle is getting smaller and smaller, and we're down to the last 6 minutes and 30 seconds of the game here. Cafe No Sugar just trying to reinforce his teammate. What they do have, though, they still have adequate turning ability. They just can't be as offensive as they want to. They still have that Zephyr Prison. They're gonna have another Nightmare up very soon. So if any unwise team would jump on them, that's gonna be a big problem. As TGE trying to weed out KGM out of this tower, landing so many good hits. Dame's armor does get restored, but instantly shattered and annihilated as KGM having such a hard time trying to resurrect their teammate here. And it does look like the rest of IMP, they're just watching this unfold. No overextensions. The blessing control is definitely in the hands of TG. They were not contested whatsoever. The gamble here is now, do we take the high ground or do we go back to the cliff that we were being perched on? And look at QE. They're very comfy in this position. They still have quite a number of repair kits to their name too. And Banks having a gold sword, having a gold greatsword is no joke. However, their ult economy, they still do not have that sacred circle that could potentially be the X factor moving forward. But OC, everybody is just going on a stare down right now. I think there's one team that's not complete because there's only 13 left alive, Asarai.
Yeah, there's probably one guy just like randomly looking on the side. Also, fair note, is it really Dame or is it like David? You know how you watch animes and there's like the heroine that says like, David! And then it's like the hero just comes in or the protagonist comes in, right?
I don't know what made you say that. Like in that fashion, like what forces compelled you to do that?
So I'm watching One Piece, and then Nami just keeps singing out, somebody has to stop the villain. And then she keeps just screaming out that because like the villain's about to like destroy like one whole town or something like that. But yeah. Okay, let's go back into the game. I'm blabbering too much about it. Other random things that's not supposed to be pointed out right now. But back into it, TGE, they got themselves the Swarm, and you know what they say. We are Legion, for we are many, and the Swarm is many rockets just going in that fair bit of direction. Another squad just comes in for the side, and Ish just immediately pops his bell. It does absolutely nothing because the Great Sword was perfectly placed, so he's gonna have to pop the Vajra for the moment. Mines, jumps just in the nick of time. That is some beautiful dodging. And Ish, all he can really do is just, pick at the straws here. He actually found one perfectly. Nero obliterating one target. Penguinese right in front of it, and his Penguinese is already extinct. Go back to the North Pole where you belong. North or South Pole, I can't remember anymore, but fight ensues. Down to 10. Sun still on his Titan form, and Impunity still alive here. Very much different from yesterday. And Sun, oh no, there he is. Yeah, that's it. He just got obliterated, just taken in from the out of existence already. And Impunity, get out of the rock where you just are hiding from. And the Titan still tries to smack down right in front of the Impunity squad.
Oh, the haze does get popped, but Ish is still the high-value target here. As long as he has the swarm, it's pretty much in the bag for them, as long as they don't get caught out of position. For 113, though, it could be a little bit of an overextension, but he gets a double with the swarm. Beautiful, beautiful shot by Ish97 here. Doing such a great job of keeping QE out of their comfort zone. They have to make a decision here. Either they have to jump Ish or they have to keep fighting the front line. But Ish has a sword in hand, has that Soul Jade too. So he is no one to be trifled with. His love is going to be out of contention. I think that's the last of QE. Now it's going to be down to a 1v1, or at least a squad to squad. Wait a minute, we still have IMP in the mix of this. They have no armor. Simpson is trying to do as much damage as he can, trying to buy his teammates a lot of time, but he can't seem to land that second grapple. The Binding Prayer is already out. The heals are going to come in, making him a little more sustainable. 6 players left. Once again, a squad to squad. The F3 is going to come out for the Yotohime too. Oh, but Ethan, he's hanging out a little too close to him. Does he get the second grab? That could be potentially a big down. The swarm is finally out here, but the Valdaki ult. Is this enough to turn it? IMP, they're doing such a great job of holding on, but the armor and the HP is just too much. They can't burn through it all.
Is it me?
Oh.
Or the TGE just did not get damage whatsoever? Or even if they were just healing everything in front of Impunity.
That's
right?
That's unfortunate. My goodness, but what a scramble again, guys. I think this is definitely why we look at Naraka. We watch Naraka because of those last minute scrambles, and it really highlights the strengths of the game, you know, the skill to skill matchup. But once again, big congratulations to our winner for that map.
Yeah, again, it went the absolute distance there, to be honest, and that was, again, such a great showing. Honestly, I felt like the team that really came out from that one that needed the performance boost had to be Impunity. Like, they were the team that just did not look as promising from yesterday, but now they just come in on the swing. Yeah, granted, of course, they didn't really got that top one. They weren't able to get all the nice kills and such, but they still were able to perform much better than I expected coming into this second day. And when all is said and done, congratulations to all of those teams. We still have our one last game to go, and oh man, just, it's really unfortunate because we're watching these games and I really want like everyone to just get into the grand finals, to be honest. But it seems like some of the teams that, again, we were looking so forward to having that positive result, is just struggling to keep themselves even afloat here in the top fours.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a big shakeup, considering Fly also got an early knock, and like you said, we're just kind of recovering from all that excitement, all the breath that we lost in that very last fight. Man, I just can't help but be a fan over fights like that, because that's what Naraka is about, you know, face-to-face action, the outplay. And we are really hoping to see more of that once the playoffs come around. We still have one more day of group stage and one more map to play tonight. So everybody who's been paying attention, who's been sitting close to your screens, holding on to your seats, you guys have been doing such a great job. Thank you, you know, people in the audience. But please stick around. We still have more. At the moment, we're just kind of waiting for our highlights to really dissect what's been going on with the previous match.
Yeah, we're also, I believe, before we go into that break, going to show the updated or the scores specifically for game number 2. So I wanted to kind of just clarify how many kills went to which team and whatnot. What were the placements for some of the other teams as well? Because, I mean, again, we still have teams coming in from that round 1. And this is in day 2, right? They just finished day 1 yesterday that are, how many points is that? 2.7 points, 7.4 points, not even hitting 20.
That's kind of rough.
It is very rough when you examine the leaderboards again, or the leaders again at 100 plus. That is a mountain that is growing taller and taller each and every game you play. It's quite the hurdle to go over, if you ask me. So I think right now, some teams really desperate to just quench their thirst of points as of the moment, but some of them a little bit unfortunate, more unfortunate than others.
You said it. I mean, once again, we keep talking about how competitive this game is. These are the best of the best. And again, it just kind of irks me that sometimes it's just, oh, he sucks. No, he doesn't suck. When he plays against other pro players, of course, he might have a bad game. You might say that. But again, guys, these are every single one of these players. You put them in an average lobby, they are going to roll everybody. No cap. Everybody's just going to get rolled by these players. So, hold on to that spectator showering gun, because a lot of people don't realize too that outside looking in, it's so easy to criticize and like, oh, he should have done this, he should have done that. But again, you know what? Just calm down, guys. Still got a lot more action, and with one more map, those 20-30 minutes are so deceiving, because you'd think, oh, it's just 30 minutes. It's not that long. Well, all they do is fight. Legitimately, 25 minutes, they're just fighting.
They are just kind of wailing on each other, going toe-to-toe, head-to-head, non-stop, right? But yeah, I mean, if you're in this tournament, obviously someone's going to be up, or someone's going to be at the top, someone's going to be at the bottom. No two teams can be at the top at the same time, or no two teams can be at the bottom at the same time. So it really is just the nature of competition as well. What we just wanted to point out here is to kind of just create expectations for some of the teams now. And as our names vanishes, that's a signal for you guys, for us, to look forward to the points. And whoa, WCL 0.5, Cal Dogs 0. Oh man, who let the dogs out in this one?
Yeah, I mean, you can hear them, like, I don't know if you can hear the Bloodhounds bark, but they're getting definitely more bloodthirsty as the day is coming to a close. But TGE, I think that's been one of the more consistent scorelines. If I'm not mistaken, they dropped 32 in the last game. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. But once again, TGE leading the group with 35.4, QE with 25.5, YG with 8.2. Again, still high up in terms of relativity, but you kind of need to rack up a little more points. IMP, though, very, very pleasant surprise to everybody, racking up 22 points, skyrocketing their stock very, very much.
They finally found a bit of success in this second game. It was a long time coming, but they finally find themselves in a fairly good spot. Some of the other teams here, not so fortunate, Raf. TM 3.3, on me, as well as Oasis 2 points. That is a far cry from what they need. This is just like, again, night and day. If you're on the top, you are on the top. If you're at the bottom, you are at the bottom. That is the nature right now. Again, with how the devious devs have formulated the format for our tournaments here, where again, because that kill multiplier, you really do feel the distance, the gap between if you're somebody that does poorly and if you're somebody that does greatly. And this tournament makes great teams greater and not so great teams not so great. Anyways, we're gonna go for that break, guys. Last game of the day is gonna go underway in just a short while, so we're gonna get back to you after this highlight break. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 should be coming when we go back.
Get the charge left click can see that.
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
welcome back, guys. Again, this is the Naraka Blade Point Top Clans 2021 Winter Invitational with your casters, me, Asarai, and of course, Raf. Near, far, Raf, wherever you are. I don't know.
Yes,
we're back.
I have. Truly, it has been it's been an experience listening to Asarai just about talk about everything under the sun. But talk about under the sun, we are on Moru's Isle once again, experiencing the greatest Naraka action that the world has to offer, at least our region has to offer. And my goodness, we took a look at the leaderboards, we took a quick peek. Bamboo Esports still not breaking whatsoever, having a commanding lead. But over at the side of Group D, there's been a bit of a switch up. It's now PHI stuck in second place, but I believe it was TGE actually inching closer and closer to that top spot for Group A.
Yeah, there are about 20-ish points behind Bamboo Esports. So TGE, slowly but surely, they are climbing the leaderboards, so to speak here. So if they want to fight for that top one spot, they have that chance to do it right here and now. Other teams that still have maybe a shot to get back into it. I'm trying to look at the points real quick. I mean, technically, everyone maybe except SZ and CalDogs still have a shot to get into the top 4. Even Oasis on me for group B, they're only 20 points shy of overtaking WCL, who is at 42.4 points. So there still is some chances here if you guys are wondering what's happening with other teams right now. I believe the next game is gonna go underway, so here we go. Last game of the night, Raf, and this is the one that'll end the day. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, we really hate to say that some of these teams won't make it to the playoffs, but that's just how the wheel turns, as we are going to be engaging in an early fight, as Bamboo's NDQA are going to be running into OC, both very high up in the leaderboards. So this could be an exchange that could dictate the rest of the game for them or the leaderboard. But the repeater crossbow is going to come out from Penguinese, will get juggled. What's for breakfast with that Oki? Lands that red parry, just a little late, will get taken out of contention. Will have to burn that res bead very early. They do throw that Yotohime F out, but does look like the fight is going to be done and dusted. Only Cafe No Sugar is going to be left alive, but not for too long. And there we go, already super early points for Bamboo.
Actually,
man, Bamboo just knows how to make the most out of that great sword. Like, NDQA is a monster with it, and dropping in a location where you can immediately just pick it up, even with just a common one, it really sets the tone, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know what the devs are going to try to do against the great sword right now, but everybody's just making use of it, and you can see how strong it is right as of the moment. CJ's, yikes, he kind of fully committed into those stabs, and well, he was just kind of grabbing at thin air, and really that's not going to do too much now, doesn't it? Linguago, last person, F activated, but it's only going to be a matter of time before he does get knocked out himself. And KGM on the chase up against B, and B is about to get embraced by the rest of SZ here, who have found themselves 2 squads that are griping at each other, and they could even get themselves a couple of points here if they do decide to do so. Interception from Lightspeed, beautifully done. Klaus dropped SZ, who's going to be the first to kill. I believe that was SZ. And speaking of which, Lightspeed, he spotted out Genji, but Genji, oh, turns out 6 arms out in the open, and now this behemoth is wreaking havoc in the village, in the tribe.
That's right, and we already have quite a number of players downed and out of contention here. Again, super early. I think they understand this is the last game of the day, so those points, they have to get it one way or another. As KGM's Genji will look for a safe avenue of exit here, as they're kind of down. Their armor is not even the greatest. But SC, they have a commanding lead when it comes to items here. They do get a bit of a scuffle here, chasing down this straggler, but it seems like they're getting juked. Oh, I think escaped the SZ's clutches once more, as Lightspeed is trying to survey the area for where CJ's is, but CJ's has finally fallen. It's Beat this time buzzing around. Trying to use all this terrain to his advantage. The fight still ensues here, and it does look like SC is going to run into KGM. Genji was the oppressor with that Titan form, but now he's going to be out of the map at least. CJS is trying to climb that tree. Please don't look at me. I need to heal. Sacred Circle is going to get dropped, but just not in time to really serve anybody here. Most of WCL getting taken out super early. CJ has to make an exit here. 9-1 if I'm not mistaken is on the chase, lands yet another full charge focus attack, and that is a goner right there. 9 Wayne and the rest of SC reap the fruits of, well, all these dead people.
The gods are kind
dead
to
men
this
tell
old
no
monk.
tales, but dead men do give some nice little loots, right? I guess that's the weakness as well to the Titan is it's just a specific thing, but when you're in this claustrophobic of a location, right? The village, Titan just doesn't feel that threatening anymore because there's so much cover for you that you can hide behind the structures, and because the structures are indestructible, Titans can't just grab through it, which is ridiculous. I mean, yeah, you can probably break the windows, but not the whole building, right? In any case, back to one of the leaders in the group, TGE and Bamboo, wailing upon each other. Ish, yeah, there it is. Forced again to use Titan real quick. He's gotten one already. This is perfect. Now he needs a follow-up from his teammates. Can't really find one. That still gives Slow some breathing room, but not anymore. Oh, the heals, though. That's huge. Slows, wow, how lucky can you be? Oh, never mind. He is the unluckiest person in the world 3 times by Ish. No escape, no surrender, no mercy.
Yeah, and they just to add an extra layer of death there, the poison was popped from that stray mushroom. Really making it hard for anybody to survive here as QE is in a bit of a brawl as well with 9 Waynes and SZ. He's going to get caught in the middle of everything. He will have to sacrifice his Titans called for this. This is a very big investment. Hopefully he can make this out alive, but Dark Knight pops his as well. So it's going to be a pretty even trade. Lightspeed is already limping away, but is getting bound. The Sacred Circle has been popped. The heals could be the X Factor, but no. Loves finds Wayne. He does toss him at Dark Knight, and Dark Knight already losing the HP battle between the Titans here. The Ominous Blade to just secure as much damage as they can. Goodbye, other Titan. QE Mines trying to duke it out as well, but it does look like SZ are a little outmatched here. Beautiful Dragon Slayer. The gold focus is coming out from Mines, but it doesn't really seem all that necessary as Lightspeed is going to be taken out. Banks is the last member. They do have a resurrection bead, but still, points and loot given up.
Just great movements for Mines all throughout. Yeah, there's going to be a resurrection, like you mentioned, but look at how many gold items there are in this fight. That is just such a big deal. And speaking of big deals, this is beautiful. Viperning ultimate. Yeah, that's the cash they were looking for. Easy pickups now by Gump. He can just swat maybe just one for a bit of damage. Not even able to do that, though. I think his opponent was able to just detach just in the nick of time, and now Gump has turned the Titans on his face, but he's still surviving. Can he get the slam, though? No, gets slammed himself and actually just demolished. You don't see that every day when a Titan actually dies from just the damage straight up, but it do be like that from time to time. This is on me that we are seeing here right in front of us. They should be able to win this, but they're actually losing the fight from the moment. Demo demolish. Great Sword is the greatest. 3 versus 1, and Eco win seems to be the victor of the fight. Great spacing. Did you just see that? The charge, the focus attack with the katana, just not parried, I believe, but sidestep or backstep by Ikowin, and he dives right back in to go for the final slash to win at this one. Goes to show, man,
that's right.
There's a lot of ridiculous players in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened to M3 there, but once again, beautiful placement by the F of Viperning here, interrupting. Potentially could have gone knocked down by that and could have been the end, but nope, it is not meant to be. As TM, they do use a Bane Breath to just give themselves a little bit of space. It does look like TTV is having a little bit of trouble staying alive here as the rest of TM start ganging up on him. There's no red focus either, but a beautiful vertical. He gets one for his troubles. Could he clutch this out? Akame has no armor, and we've seen the the purple greatsword do so many things. He even pops a sacred circle, and Yin has to pop his very own. Okay, this is looking a little dire for Jero as he is getting taken out. Still, great showing. We could have witnessed 2 clutches in a row, but Gerald does have a revival bead in hand, so still has a second chance. But that's right. Wow, what a sequence.
Oh, that... man. The happy birthday with the greatsword is probably the most common thing that we will see out of any of the weapons. You can maybe have that with a katana or a longsword, but with the greatsword, because of its humongous strides, you can hit multiple targets if your opponents aren't paying attention, or if your timing is just well placed or well timed. Excuse me for lack of a better term, right? It's quite ridiculous. Now, Impunity, on the other hand, one of the other teams that we also have in the top echelons right now. They're actually 3rd place again with 44.6. They struggled so hard from yesterday, but with that one good round, they're in contention to be in the top of things. And speaking of being on top of things, that is going to be PHI. Oh, Yeri does not have too many in terms of armor, nor does he actually have anything in terms of the fight, as he misses almost everything. Does have the double slash with the longsword, but doesn't really help him too much. It doesn't get any stuns, and he flinches whatsoever, so he can't really follow through all of his damage. Now it's all the way down to Mad Koala, who does not have any resurrections left. So he has to win this fight, or else it is going to be over for PHI. And just wanted to point out, Raph, that we still have 40 players remaining, meaning that this is bottom of the barrel, and Koala will be scraping at the seams of that bottom barrel right now as he loses with the rest of his team. Quite unfortunate. Looking into it as well, we do have Bamboo and the rest of the squad up against Render Project. Render Project not really shying away from the fight here as they just try to charge right in. Asbon in the center of things. Ominous Blade immediately answered back by Slows, who wants to go in mano y mano with this Yotohime. And for lack of a better term, that was pretty lackluster. Nothing really damaged too much. I think it was just more to keep the Yotohime of Render Project at bay, but it works straight up. Oh, that's a beautiful use onto the Soul Jade. Upgrades onto the Katana. Comes in with Kai, hoping to dear God that he can maybe get a second one, which he does. Beautiful, just for the follow through. And Bamboo. Didn't this just happen to them with another team before? Ay, Bamboo. That is just not too good. Oh, yeah, Kai's looking for the last one, and he just slaps him off like Scar did with Mufasa. Get out. Long live the king, but long live the Titan in this situation.
That's right, and Bamboo definitely getting so much damage put onto them, but Kai is gonna escape too. NDQA has a different idea. He's like, you know what, it's my turn. Unique does get that res up, so they are up and running. Beautiful recovery from what could have been a disaster. I do want a snipe out by NDQA. Asbun is as good as dead here. One more second, but no, he gets pounded out. That is going to be a body that is going to be very difficult to recover here, as it is going to be in the mids. A lot of bamboo. And just to tease them, they even run into a bunch of bamboo shoots as well. Main Breath still very active between this war zone between TM and QE. The slam is going to go down. Loves is going to get his heart broken by vicious blunt force trauma. And Mine's trying to escape. Does get knocked down here. Banks has been discovered by Akame. But where's the rest of his team? It doesn't matter. That's yet another takedown by Akame. Mines is the last remaining member of Quince, but doesn't have too much health on him. He does have enough powder to heal him up, but Pampy and Yin are not giving him any space to breathe whatsoever. Especially in No Man's Land right now, he is getting shot at and getting prodded at. And he might have found just a tiny bit of respite here. That extra 2 seconds, this could be the difference between life and death. But Pampy and Yin, they are unrelenting. They are savage. But a beautiful blue focus here by Mines will keep Pampy just a little more wary of the damage potential of Mines. Getting closer and closer to that ominous blade. But wow, again, a beautiful anti-air here. He doesn't have the defensive F. He only has the offensive teleport one. But now Akame has joined the chase. And Mines is asking everyone behind him, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. but he is gonna go into trickier territory. Possible juking, but Akame trying to land that musket shot seems to not be able to do that. And they just realize, you know what, let's let that go, as there's yet another fight ensuing between Sun Sun and the rest of OS. Beautiful Valdeki ult here as Abyss Dream is gonna hold him down. Beautiful combo as well. Will let the spears go. Actually, no, they're gonna let the Titan do a lot of the damage. Health recovered for Sun Sun as well, using that V3 to great effect. But the Titan to Titan exchange is gonna begin, Aserai.
Just wanted to point out there, masterful use on the stamina meter for mine. This goes to show again, like everything, even just the movement here has so much depth coming in to the game of Naraka Blade, and a lot of the players still don't even know how to use it properly. Even I don't know how to use it properly, but goes to show again. Wait, Bamboo was never here to begin with at the start of the fight. This is a different squad coming into the fray. Slows, if ever does get a bit too dicey, does have his ominous blade to utilize. That's not the best of his worries. It's that Unique is caught straight out to the open. Survives with the sacred ground, thankfully enough. And Echo and his squad just disengage. Although, as they mentioned, no, they didn't. It's only just one to actually heal right back up, but that's a 3 versus 2 for like a split second. And that might just be as teeny tiny of a time for him to survive. He's silenced. NDQ, how are we going to survive this? How is he still alive with like a sliver? He doesn't eat. Wow. He doesn't even flinch and use his Titan form. The calculations and steel nerves of NDQA, man, not to press V. What a ballsy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's not only his nerves that are made out of steel, Aserai, but we are engaging in another fight hunt. And this is not somewhere you want to be against a Valdeki. There's nowhere to run. Everybody's drowning. The haze is going to come out. Lightspeed kind of walks into it. The gold focus doesn't matter here. And Nero gets cornered, but he does have an escape. But who's that? Look at this. That's a little awkward. Dark Knight just, yes, come out. But yes, SZ had an impressive run, or rather an impressive duel there, taking as much as they can. TGE are right to chime in as this Titan's call is about to expire. They seem to get the knock. They do even get the combo and the guaranteed damage onto one of the SZ players here. But Dark Knight, they have to chime in, but he has to use that armor powder to heal up. Meanwhile, TGE, they're doing this. They're using this window as greatly as possible, and they even square them back into the tower. This is not a good look anymore, as this was a place of necess, now a place of doom for SZ. But TGE's Rip 113 with the Abyssal Aura, absolutely annihilating everybody. In the blink of an eye, SZ disappears.
That was just horrendous. And not because it was a mistake for SZ, but just because the position where they were regrouping, like you'd expect, right? That, oh, let's find a cave. Let's find a nice little room to do reconnaissance and think about what we want to do in our lives in this particular game. But it's like the opposite in Naraka Blade Point. The more confined the space, the more screwed you are technically. Especially if you're the ones inside there first. Because usually you won't have any abilities that can really counter people who are still fresh with their own, or still have their own active. So it's just not a pretty sight. And speaking of not pretty sights, the juggle with the greatsword followed up by the pokes. Ay, papi. NDQA and the rest of Bamboo, they're not messing around here, Raph. And as they just follow up everybody, once they know that it's like Bamboo, they turn from teams who are willing to fight to teams that are willing to scramble away just so that they can survive for another day. I don't know what Bamboo is doing, but their name is striking fear into the hearts. Everybody's just running away from this team.
They're just so good. I mean, again, guys, there's no bias whatsoever, but Bamboo have seemed to look like they're the most practiced team here. Both teams, actually. Both Bamboo Shoots and Bamboo Esports. Their scrims have been paying off. The time they've been spending on this game to create an empire could potentially turn into fruitfulness, but wow, beautiful timing by TM there. That's something you see every day. But Rip 113 will escape. That gold armor is really keeping him topped up. Would have not survived if he had anything else. But the circle, it's only getting smaller and smaller. Usually this is the most passive part of the mid game, but Doesn't look like these teams have any intention of being passive whatsoever. Bamboo and TGE are shoulder to shoulder here. Meanwhile, TM are up from the heavens as well. That Binding Prayer is going to top up Rip 113 for just a short amount of time, using that gold focus to be a difficult target, but he still gets tagged up. Oh no! Why did he linger? He gets destroyed, and TGE, they have to operate with one less player now. Akame pops the Divine Bell. He's not going to have one once he deties, if I'm not mistaken. But trying to do as much damage as he can, knowing that this isn't the safest. Again, one more awkward circle for a very, very messy fight, and you can see all those musket balls already going his way. That Temok ult is going to keep him just a tad bit safer. None of the players from Bamboo can really chase TM now, and they're all on gold armor, so they could be incredibly tanky for this last exchange. Meanwhile, TG and Bamboo, they're in the heat of things. KGM as well, they're joining in the fight. They only find Abyss Dream. Abyss Dream to follow up on him. KGM, there's an OS member behind him too. That's soon. They are scrambling to get control over this Moru's Blessing.
Wow, like he wanted to follow up after that Viper Ning ult because his opponent was actually stunned, but huge grab from that Titan. Just keeps Abyss Dream's team alive. Unfortunately, KGM is on the other side here, so it really has turned into an all-out brawl by, I believe, 3 squads right here, right in front of us. And it seems like at every single turn, it's just one person turning Titan, right? Now, Ish, 113, also in danger of getting grabbed, which he does. Oh no, this is the double slam and the invisibility. Rip 113 is taking some critical form of damage, and that's going to be that. Bamboo. I am now afraid to actually end this game because I'm expecting Bamboo to actually have like maybe 20 kills after this third game is done.
They've been so active. Oh, I thought they took out TM there, but again, it's TGE. I think the biggest prize here is TM. They really want that gold armor, but it does look like TM are going to double down on their advantage here. They're still kind of busy looking for the last member of TGE and Rathan, but 16 players alive, so quite a few teams lingering around the edges here. But Unique, though, is getting peppered by Akame, but that Binding Prayer is going to keep him alive. Slows is also exchanging some pot shots with Akame. Akame spamming that crouch button just to get that heal up. Even lands a good shot before he disengages. But right now, though, I'm fairly sure that none of these players really want to commit to this fight. They are trying to get into the circle as fast as possible, and Akame is even shoulder to shoulder with Unique, but Unique has quickly repositioned to be in the middle of his own pack here. But now it's Rampy going for the prison. Does find 2. Everybody's slowed. This could spell doom for Bamboo. Akame, he even gets the mid-air on Slows. But Slows is slowed. True to his name, he escapes with just a slither of health. But how long can he truly last, as Unique is going to be the last standing member of Bamboo. Bamboo, they get eliminated. Actually, no, NDQA is still alive. Smart play here is playing the Wrath. Just wants to get that position multiplier. They have enough kills, like you mentioned. All they have to do now is to get that top spot, to get that 1.6. It does look like there's just another giant brawl just near Shadow Jade Mine. WCL still looking fairly healthy here, Asarai. Oh my lord.
WCL, everybody else is on overdrive here. And you could say, Bamboo, you got bamboozled. Fight. Yeah, going back into the fight. CJ's, yeah, it's gonna be that. He turns into the big 6 arms. Now on top of the structure, everybody just scrambles. There was just like 500 people right beside CJ's, and then as he turns angry, nobody is right beside him. Oh man, everybody is respecting the Tianhai ultimate to a dangerous degree. Now, where are his boys though? The rest of WCL, I don't think are super near where CJ's is. Oh, they're on this side of the compound here, so they're using that time just to keep themselves a bit healthy and try to create some space, which is smart. CJ's now out of armor, has to find a bit of spacing here, a bit of solace, but Pampy, nice little reposition though, but I think he made the mistake. Somebody else is sniping him from elsewhere, and he's like, oh gosh, I just made the biggest mistake of my life, trying to back away for now. He doesn't want to lose any of his items because he's pretty jacked up as of the moment. He's stacked from the looks of things. And now with 13 remaining, with really good cover for actually any team here, they could be looking at a slower pace before the next zone comes in. But it is closing through, so people will have to reposition. Actually, no. This is where it actually becomes faster paced because everyone now has to go out in the open, which is the only safe zone left when that corruption is done constricting the rest of the map.
Absolutely. And constricting it is, as this has become a very, very slow death for some of these players. They toil around as they know that there are full teams just playing around the rooftops here and the high ground in general. YG already exchanging some pot shots between yet another team. I believe that's OCE. No, it's actually TM. TM, the most topped up team here when it comes to armor, but Akame gets stunned and gets annihilated by the ranged fire. TM had a clear advantage in this trade, but not anymore. The beauty of Naraka is that you can't really tell what's going to happen. Meanwhile, WCL actually has the Flamebringer here. They do get stuck in the Zephyr prison, but the slow doesn't really stop them from climbing up as high as they can. But look at this mess of abilities at the very bottom here. Thuknef has been incredible with a greatsword, but TMM's Akame has been a sniper with these grapples. He finds one, looking for yet another target for the slam, but he settles with one. Thuknef will escape with a slither of health, although YG is going to be forced to be passive here with the amount of health they have. And oh no, indeed, Akame might fall to this, but the Binding Prayer isn't even enough. The Ominous Blade by Thuknef expended to stay alive, and this little corner here in the very bottom of the house is going to be their refuge. And YG, they're hanging on by a thread here. Once again, this Temok has been the MVP. Pampy. Oh.
We're really down to that right now. I like the idea. He just mistimed his parry. That is basically it. Parry's not the friendliest of things here. It's a split decision defense tool that if you make a mistake, your opponent just has all the things up for you. Of course, you know, the risk the reward outweighs the risk, but sometimes it just do be like that. WCL, they are in perfect synchrony, perfect harmony and positioning just to win this fight out because of, they were the ones that actually went on top of the tower and were just kind of formulating what they wanted to do as of the moment. And plus to that, Wagdo plus the rest of his team almost have all of their ultimates except for only maybe CJ. But with regards to that, they're only just hunting as of the moment. Cafe No Sugar, OC, haven't really seen them on top of the leaderboards at all, and they might not be able to even have that as teams are just coming in, corralling right beside them. Really unfortunate. Penguinese gets comboed. They're probably down to the last 3 squads remaining. And Wagdo forced to use the Ominous Blade already. Only TP with the Spirit Slash, though, to get out of this risky little position that he is on, or maybe even follow up with the rest of the slashes, which he does perfectly utilize. Great use on that blink as well. And now, yeah, they've angered some of the gods here as the Titan comes through once again. Like Wagdo,
that they do.
Just chasing in, and again, we're just down to the 8, using the Spirit Slash to create some cover, to heal back up, and CJ's, did he actually get one? He did. He's looking for another to slap it down for a kill.
Oh, but it does look like TGE are swarming him now. Akame is also yet another Titan to be accounted for, but there's a third one on the battlefield right now. Yet again, another awkward circle where everybody's just tossing stones at each other. Like, you know what? I'm going to stand my ground. I'm going to throw all these palms at you. Catch these hands, fool. But TM, Akame gets tossed into the ground and gets tossed into the corruption. That's gonna cripple his healing just a tiny bit, but the double slam is gonna come out. Ethan nearly gets taken out by landing on the very edge of the play area. Everybody, and I mean everybody's wailing as Ethan is looking for a little bit of respite. Just please give me an area to heal. Genji has the right idea here, charging up his stone form. He's charging it up. He's looking for somebody and he's unleashing it. He does get one. Actually, no, he doesn't get any confirmed kills there, but still enough to dissuade anybody. And oh dear me, as B gets hit by 2 of those slashes, all that recovered armor gets removed from the equation so quickly. Somebody stop Genji. And there we have, at the very perfect moment, I asked somebody to stop Genji, and he does get taken down as Pampy is popping that Zephyr prison. Has he locked himself out? Look at all that chip damage from the shadow. And Wow, what a steal by WCL.
Sacred Ground overcomes Zephyr Prison. Doesn't stop you from getting pushed out of the safe zone. Oh boy, he just like panicked. He was on panic mode there. You knew that he wanted to get back into it, but opponents WCL did not let that happen. So close. TM, holy crap, 19 kills for TM. Pampy had 10. That is ludicrous. Is that the highest that we've ever had?
No, we had 29. The just
29,
I think
right?
it was today. It was today. Yeah.
Still though. Yeah.
Still a lot, man.
Still a lot indeed. Congratulations to WCL for getting their first top one. Yeah.
We're kind of recovering from the whirlwind of everything that's been happening. Again, it's only been 2 days in our Winter Invitational, but it's already been so intense. Unfortunately, tomorrow, our next broadcast day, is where we say goodbye to a good number of our teams. And we say that with a lot of sorrow, but man, the action that's been coming, the number of frags that we've been getting today has greatly overshadowed the amount we got yesterday.
It really has. And again, it is, I believe, due to the fact that, again, all of these teams are just trying to get into the drive mode to get as much points as they possibly can right now. We were so lax coming in from day one. You know, it's like, oh, these guys can have it. They have a chance to get some points here and there. But again, we missed the mark on how much points can one game even give you. We got one game that had what 50 points was it? With that was the match that we had earlier today with Infinity, I believe, the A versus C one. And again, it really puts you in perspective of how much emphasis there is on just getting those points via the kills. And right now, a lot of our teams here are still struggling on that regard. Some of them are adjusting, but they're adjusting slowly. And is it enough to, is the little boost that they have enough to get them back into it? And one of the questions there definitely has to be with WCL. Even though they did get top one, they only were amounted about 6 kills in total. So that's probably going to be about like 9 points overall, right? Maybe 10 points overall. Because 1.6 multiplier, right, with 6, it's like 10.
That's accounting position also, right?
Without position.
I think
position,
so.
sorry.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
so
about,
6
about
times.
that many points. Yeah.
Around
So,
9.6. Yeah, just
Yeah.
shy of 10. But still, guys, every point counts. Again, that 3rd to 4th place, it's still not sealed. It's still anybody's game for those coveted slots. So tomorrow, well, again, we're just so excited for the outcome of all of this because, I mean, who wouldn't be invested in this event, right? We have such a lovely host. We have, honestly, such a great amassment of players. And look at this. We are in the posters. We're moving around in Moru's Isle. I mean, what else are you missing?
Wanted posters. Like we have our own poster, right? But there's no like bounty on our heads. That would be pretty cool.
I mean, there might be. Who knows?
Yeah. Again,
but yeah, guys.
Anime one. Right now.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, we're getting late in the year. A lot of people are taking breaks, and honestly, how else would you unwind? You know, kick back, relax, watch a lot of Naraka, watch us, watch all these players, cheer for your favorite teams, and let us entertain you. But I think very soon we might be going into the highlights and checking into our scoreboard. But for now, you guys are going to be hanging out with, you know, the two of us.
Yeah. Actually, tomorrow it's going to be a different face for our viewers here. So I'm very excited to see that as well, how that's going to show up for tomorrow. That's going to be another one, man, for sure. Oh, there it is. Our names have vanished. You know what's up. Let's see how many points we've garnered. Ooh. All right. Okay.
How is BE so consistent with this? I've never seen them like dip between 2 and 1. I think it's safe to say that they are the king of Group B. Everybody else has been competing so well. Look how close WCLTG and YG are. That's a very, very small difference. But the landslide on Bamboo Esports, There's definitely something to champion for. Group D, on the other hand, TM yet again with a big 30 bomb on their points. KGM following with 10.5, SZ with 8.2, LHW and OC with 6.2. And again, as it breaks our heart to announce, KLDS, IMP, and PHI. What a fall from Grace that PHI actually, you know, they were at the top. I think they could have fallen to third place now, maybe potentially fourth. What do you think?
Yeah, such is the nature of battle royales. But wait, what? Let me just double check what the points was before this game. So TM is still going to be top 1. PHI. Okay, so I think Kingsman would bump up to second place, and then Impunity and Kingsman, or sorry, not Impunity and Kingsman, but Impunity and PHI will be bumped to third and fourth place. So even if they are still at the bottom, they have done enough, I believe, to still keep them afloat to where they are right now. That is how I think monopolized Group D has become, at least for the top 4 as of the moment. They really have shown to us. So even if they have made the mistake, so that's going to be something. Anyways, guys, we're going to be checking the highlights first, and then when we come back, we're going to see the overall scores of the nights. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a very, very, very short break, so we'll be back after the highlights. And there you have it. Highlights done. Points almost prepared. We are very close to that, guys. And my oh my, man. It's been a roller coaster, I'd say, for a lot of these teams. Like, some of them are having like one game they're the best of the best, and the other game they just like plummet down to the depths of despair. Really goes to show how, again, unforgiving battle royales are, and how unforgiving Naraka Bladepoint is to some of these teams. Oh, you have been attacked again by the Enigma.
Curse you, Viper Ning. But I was just saying that curse, not really curse Viper Ning, but I was just saying that in such an unforgiving landscape, we're only really getting the most battle-hardened players, which is honestly healthy for the scene. We are seeing the most, I would say, Morris's elite, you know, just to be thematically correct. And it's honestly wonderful, you know, it's honestly wonderful to see a lot of these players elevate. Speaking of elevation, look at every top spot. They've pretty much, well, looking at Group A first, 156 to 80, that is a big landslide as Infinity turned up and revved up those Friars today. B with 141, 40 points away from the trailing TGE with 104.8. Bamboo Shoots does have 114.4 with 496, following behind with 101.9. TM leading the charge for Group D with 107.9, and PHI hanging in there with 58.3.
Oh man. And at the bottom of the leaders here from each group, we got CalDog 7.5, DG with 23.2, OS with 21.2, TG with 10.6. So from the looks of it, CalDog's probably a team that is in CalDogs and TG, probably the most that will not have a shot at this. We still do have the KGD, OM3, OS, CAT, SZ that still have a shot, but the gap is wide enough that if they don't even get like 2 games, good games tomorrow, it's all over. Right? Maybe 1 game, I don't think is going to be enough anymore because all these other teams are really vying for that top spot. And again, it really just goes to show how well this has really gone for these teams. So I believe that is that for today. Raf, I mean, this is amazing. Again, can't really express enough how the point system has really affected these teams, and I think for a certain degree it has also like affected how they also play. And this is going to be our match for tomorrow. It's going to be A versus D and then B versus C.
I think this is going to be incredibly interesting to see, because I think this is probably the most fair matchups. Both groups of death are going to be running into each other. Bamboo Esports versus Bamboo Shoots. Oh my goodness, that is something that we are going to keep our eyes on. But again, Group A versus Group D, not something you can keep a slouch on too. We have Infinity, who's had a resurgence today with the monstrous points they gathered for themselves. The same can be said about TM. Meanwhile, Full Sense and PHI have been doing a great job to maintain their consistency, and everybody else is still gunning to hold on to that top 3 or 4 spot.
Everybody is definitely gunning, but how well can these guys catch up? Because I feel like even if our top dogs here make grave mistakes tomorrow, I feel like they're already safe, right? So now it's all just to everybody who's still climbing the ranks or climbing the stairs there to get to the top or going up to the hill. Anyways, it is that time once again for us to say goodnight for you guys, at least for the casters. We're going to be passing it on to the host. Anyways, my name is Asarai. With me is Raf. See you guys tomorrow for more Naraka action here. So we'll see you guys then. We'll give it to Renee. Renee, you got the floor.
Thank you guys, thank you for your casting, and I know that we're all deeply impressed by the players from Group A, B, C, and these, and the good times are still rolling on, and I believe tomorrow's matches will be even more fascinating. And actually today's second match was a kind of like massacre. According to the data, it matched to GAU TV and has got 6 kills, and his teammates Phantom and Roy Hi has got 10 and 13 kills. These 3 players has got 29 kills in total, but just remember there were only 48 players in this match, and that's what's some kind of crazy. At the end, we would like to say thank you to all our partners again: Twitch, Nimble TV, Video, EGG Network, Facebook, and YouTube. Thank you for helping us broadcast today's matches, and special thanks to our local live stream partner, Mineski. Tomorrow we'll have the Group A and Group D's matches and Group B and Group C's matches. We'll see you back here at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Good night and see you, everybody.